Well, you said we were.
There you go. You're good. You're good.
Welcome to Council Chambers tonight, everybody. Thank you for coming. Happy to have you in attendance. Thank you to Shaw and Local 2, our partners in getting our feet out. I should tell you that I was advised by Local 2 that there were 3,000 views of our last council meeting by way of its feed. That was a pretty surprising and impressive number. So Councillor Romano is not here right now, but he will be with us shortly. And with that noted, we'll pass it on to the clerk.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, just on that note regarding the webcast and the TV broadcast, we've received several requests. If council, if you could remember to keep yourself facing the microphone when you're speaking and try not to turn away from it because the signal is lost. Under agenda item 1, adoption of minutes, a motion by councillors Butland and Kramponich, resolve that the minutes of the regular council meeting of 2015-01-12 be approved.
Any discussion? All in favor? None opposed. Thank you.
No items under number 2, so number 3, declaration of pecuniary interests.
So we'll start with Councillor Kramponich. Sorry, Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first declaration is from our last meeting, January the 12th. The closed session of council to the meeting January the 12th of declared conflict. We'll have the room for the portion of labor relations and employee negotiations, which involve the fire department, of which my brother is employed. For tonight's meeting, agenda item 6.19, downtown community assistance plan. Financial incentive grant application for employers located within the boundaries of the downtown community improvement plan. Agenda item on bylaws, agenda item 11.1.7, 11.1.8, 11.1.9, 11.1.10, bylaws that have to do with the college, the planning bylaws, and my son-in-law is employed with some college.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 6.1.3, SR Steel Algoma. My father's employed at SR Steel Algoma. And items 11.1.6, 11.1.7, 11.1.8, 11.1.9, and 11.1.10. I believe those are all the Sault College matters. I'm on the Board of Governors at Sault College. And 11.1.11 is a client of the firm.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda 7.6.2, a rezoning application, and my nephew is the applicant.
Thank you. Councillor Christian.
Yeah, under bylaws 11.1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 110. I'm a governor at Sault College.
Thank you. I'd indicated to the clerk earlier, I'll just indicate for the purpose of council, I would have a conflict under 6.1.9. One of the applicants for funds under the redevelopment program was a client of our law firm, my law firm.
Our next item, Mr. Mayor, members of council, approve agenda as presented. Motion by councillors Butland and Councillor Kramponich. I'll use you as the seconder. Resolve that the agenda and the addendum for the 2015 January 26 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
Any discussion? All in favor? None opposed? Thank you. We can move on, Mr. Clerk.
Under agenda item 5.1, Ontario Winter Carnival Bon Sioux, Brett Lund, President of the Bon Sioux Board of Directors, is here regarding a proclamation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to City Council.
Thank you very much. Good to be back. Greetings, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I am proud to be here on behalf of the 52nd Annual edition of your Ontario Winter Carnival Bonsu. Along with our presenting sponsor, OLG, for 10 days we'll welcome the world to Sault Ste. Marie. Breakfast, ball hockey, a tribute to Taylor Swift, Yuck Yucks, the ABCD Olympics presented by TD Canada Trust, Trivia Night, 50 Shades of Friday, a martial arts championship, the Sault College Powwow, and so much more. From bon toss to senior services card parties, there is something for all ages and interests. We are very excited for the return of our very special premiere event, Night of Ice and Fire, on February 14th at the newly renovated Machine Shop. This is a celebration of wine in partnership with Lop Lops and OLG. This year, we're also featuring a wine and spirits bar, so don't miss that night. It's on Valentine's Day, too. Of course, our Tim Hortons Winter Playground returns, now located at Mill Market. With great thanks to our new friends and partners at Mill Square, I'm going to repeat that. Tim Hortons Winter Playground returns, and now located at Mill Market. I want everybody to remember that. Just don't go downtown, it's at Mill Market. But sorry, it is downtown, but down the river a bit. We're great partners now we're partnering up with Mill Square, and we're so happy to be able to stay downtown and invite you all to enjoy dog sled rides, snow machine rides, alpaca Sundays, pony rides, an evening with the greyhounds, snowboarding and cricket demonstrations, the foremost dog pull contest, and of course 10 days of bum slides. Excuse me. All included with the purchase of your Bonsu 2015 souvenir button or carnival pass, which is still only $7. Have you been sliding since you were a child? Have you been to the new? Are you new to the Soo, or are you just are new to the slides? Join us. Bum sliding is the cure for the winter blahs. This year we have an exciting change to opening day. People have asked us, could we open the bum slides right after school? Could we enjoy nothing but entertainment on the stage all evening? Maybe the fireworks would be a little earlier. Maybe we could have free Tim Hortons hot chocolate and free cotton candy. The answer to all these questions is yes. Friday, February 6th, the Scotiabank grand opening will begin at 4 p.m. with ribbon cutting at the bum slides at 4 p.m. And it will start right away. In partnership with the PEM program at Sault College, the marquee event returns with a theme of opening night, and they will present a wide variety of acts with nothing but great entertainment from 4 to 8 p.m. The free hot chocolate from Tim Hortons will be flowing. There will also be free cotton candy for the first 1,000 guests. Of course, you can still enter the draws for Metro gift cards. It will be a party. The OLG fireworks extravaganza will light up the sky at 7 p.m. this year. 7 p.m., not 8 p.m. We're moving it to 7 p.m. as a request of people from Sault Ste. Marie. So there will be another hour of sliding and entertainment after the fireworks. I'd like to thank each of you for your support and the support we receive from the staff of the City of Sault Ste. Marie. You are among our oldest friends, and along with all of our wonderful sponsors and partners, allow us to create this special time. We honor the volunteers that make it all work, and we thank everyone for their support. Today, I am honored to make a special announcement, but I'd like to welcome our host to join me. Mr. Bonsu. The Bonsu spirit we all embrace started with one man, our founder, Mr. Henry Bullock. I was hoping Mrs. Bullock and Tiffany would be here, but I don't see them. To honor Mr. Bullock and celebrate the Bonsu spirit, we are proud to announce the creation of Mr. Henry Bullock Bow Tie Bursary. This bursary is an award celebrated to the life of Mr. Henry Bullock, family man, businessman, community leader, and founder of the Ontario Winter Carnival Bonsu. Mr. Bullock was a bow tie enthusiast, and the Mr. Henry Bullock Bow Tie Bursary is open to all students in the Algoma region who are graduating from high school. Applications will be accepted in the Bonsu office between February 17th and April 17th this year. A panel will receive the submitted applications, and the successful applicant will be advised. The Bow Tie Bursary will be presented at the successful applicant's graduation ceremony. All graduating students are welcome to apply regardless of race, gender, religious, or cultural identification, sexual orientation, or gender expression. Bowtie bursary recipients will be students committed to their community and their goals, whose application best exemplifies the spirit of Mr. Bullock. Applications will be available at our office beginning February 17th. We thank the Bullock family, who are an important part of the Bonsu family, for supporting such a new bursary program. And that's about it. Thank you for your time. Program information and tickets are available at bonsu.on.ca. And I look forward to seeing you all on February 6th, and we will continue to celebrate until February 17th as we all jump back into the river at the OLG Polar Bear Swim. Join us. Bonsu is for you. And you. And you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you to Mr. Bonsu for being available. Special thank you to all the volunteers who make Bonsu what it is. On behalf of council, we recognize and appreciate their hard work. It's a great festival, and we're happy that you do it. We're happy that we can be part of it. On that note, the proclamation. Whereas each year, the residents of Sault Ste. Marie await the arrival of Mr. Bonsu in the Ontario Winter Carnival with great enthusiasm. And whereas many local individuals, groups, service clubs, and businesses organize and sponsor a variety of interesting events for everyone, especially families, throughout the 10 days of the carnival. And whereas, in order for all citizens and visitors to fully enjoy and reflect the spirit of the carnival, they must be properly attired. And whereas this year celebrates the 52nd anniversary of this community winter festival and its return to our downtown. Now therefore I, Christian Provenzano, by virtue of the power vested in me as mayor of the city of Sault Ste. Marie, request that all citizens and visitors remove their ties, unbutton their collars, and wear a Bonsu souvenir button during the period of February 6th to February 15th, 2014, which I now proclaim on 2015, sorry. The declaration is incorrect, Mr. Clerk. 2015, which I now proclaim Ontario Winter Carnival Bonsu season in the city of Sault Ste. Marie. Bonsu is for you. Let it snow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we have a large contingent in the gallery who are here regarding item 7.8.1, Sault Ste. Marie EDC ACR passenger service. So we'll deal with that one next. Report from the chair, ACR passenger rail service working group is attached for the consideration of council. Correspondence addressed to Lisa Raitt, Minister of Transport, is also attached, and a motion by councillors Butland and Krumpotich. Whereas the Algoma Central Railway passenger service provides a significant return on Transport Canada's investment of $2.2 million, which generates between $38 and $48 million in annual economic benefits for the region. And whereas the total economic impact of the Algoma Central Railway passenger service includes tax revenue, which accrues to all levels of government, estimated at between $5.1 million and $6.4 million, as well as generating employment opportunities estimated at approximately 170 to 220 jobs. And whereas the discontinuation of the Algoma Central Railway passenger service will result in a loss of the economic benefits, tax revenue, and jobs noted, and an additional one-time economic impact on the values of properties located on or in close proximity to the rail line in an amount ranging between $60 million and $67 million. And whereas discontinuation of the passenger service will result in businesses, communities, and residents being unable to access their properties, homes, and cottages via public thoroughfares. And whereas Transport Canada Minister Raitt stated on April 14, 2014, that the government is pleased to extend funding for another year to continue operation of ACR's passenger rail service between Sault Ste. Marie and Hearst. This funding will give local stakeholders time to explore long-term solutions for passenger rail service in the area. And whereas there has been a productive and collaborative effort of all affected stakeholders, including municipalities, First Nations, passengers, property owners, tourist operators, and CN to develop a thoughtful, sustainable, long-term solution for the ACR passenger service. And whereas affected members of Parliament have been kept fully informed throughout this process, and their cooperation and positive engagement with the working group to date has been greatly appreciated. And whereas after an expression of interest and request for proposals, a qualified third-party operator has signed a letter of intent with CN to operate the Central Railway passenger service on a self-sustaining basis after 5 years. And whereas there is currently a request by the stakeholders and the third-party operator that the Government of Canada enter into a 5-year, $7 million contribution agreement, maximum, similar in design and structure to the annual contribution agreement Transport Canada has had with CN. And whereas said 5-year contribution agreement includes a 45% net subsidy reduction for the agreement period, and more importantly, fully terminates at the conclusion of the agreement. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Sault Ste. Marie supports this request, that the Government of Canada urgently provide funding towards the Algoma Central Railway Passenger Service Initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I understand there are a number of people in attendance that are in support of this motion. Am I correct in that respect? Is it the delegate, if you could raise your hands for the sake of council? So thank you for coming and caring about this issue, and a number of you have worked on it, and we certainly appreciate that. I'll pass the floor over to our Chief Administrative Officer, who was the chair of the committee and can fill in on some details, and after that, if councilors have any questions, we can take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The resolution captures most of what we want not only the community to know, but the senior levels of government to know about the importance of this rail service to our region. And I think the attendance this evening is a pretty good indication of both the concern and the commitment that all of the stakeholders who have been involved over the last year have with respect to the future of the ACR passenger service, which operates out of Sault Ste. Marie and into the north, into communities north of our own. The stakeholders consist of not only Sault Ste. Marie, but several smaller communities who very heavily rely on the passenger service. It also includes First Nations who rely on passage on the train to some of the lands that they are settled in. It also involves getting folks to tourist destinations in remote areas and provides significant benefit to tourist operators in urban areas along the way. CAPT, which is an organization that has been very much involved in trying to secure the future for passenger rail service anywhere, but particularly in Algoma, has been very much involved. And all of these folks have had representatives on our working group attempting to find a solution to this. And you'll recall that it was about a year ago that CN Rail announced that it would no longer provide the passenger service because the federal government had announced that it would no longer provide the investment that it had for probably as many as 30 or more years because of the remoteness of those areas that were serviced. And it was because of an interpretation that the federal government bureaucrats, I suspect, made that there was some suspension of the need for rail to these communities in these areas in the eyes of the federal government. The group came together because we had last year several months to come together and try and quantify the impact to all of us, not just individual communities, but to those that own properties. And the group that I left out, which is probably largely represented here today, are the cottage owners whose only source of access to their properties is on the train, and whose values would be diminished greatly should there be no transportation to their cottage properties. So in any event, we were able to quantify what losing the train would mean, not only to the values of these individuals, to the businesses affected, to the jobs that service those involved in the train, to the revenues that come to those communities and those businesses, and to the taxes that are collected by all levels of government as a result of the operation of the train. We engaged BDO. BDO helped us put that in a form that was accepted by the federal government, and we were able to negotiate a one-year extension that brings us to March of this year. Minister Raitt, the Minister of Transport, basically indicated that the extension would be left to us with the challenge to try and make an arrangement more viable, more sustainable, if the government was to be at all involved. And we think that the many meetings that the working group has had over the last several months involving hiring trained experts, hiring, again, BDO to provide to us a more definitive set of scenarios as to what might be possible, what might be palatable. But more importantly, I think what it did was gel a group of people who are committed in an ongoing fashion to do what is required to make sure that train succeeds. And instead of it just being a passenger service from points A to B to C, I think the group has come up with not only a proponent, a train company that we cannot disclose until the final agreements are negotiated because of our undertakings with CN, but come up with an arrangement that we believe, if the federal government continues on a declining basis to provide a lesser level of financial support over a 5-year period, would see the operation flourish, would see the operation much more, as I said, than a passenger train service, one that would be of interest to all of us because of the many interesting things that have been talked about as possibilities. So we now have this proposal in front of the federal ministry. You see that there have been 2 letters written to the minister asking for her support, first of all by assigning some of her bureaucrats to sit down and meet with us and allow us to prove, based on the consultants' reports that we have, that this really truly is something that's in the best interest of all, including the federal government, and allowing the proposal to proceed. At the end of the day, they're off the hook on any type of subsidy, though there is some question as to whether or not they should be let off the hook at all. But this, we hope, has been made very attractive to them because they will see at the end of the day, at the end of the 5-year period, light at the end of the tunnel, where there will no longer be the need for what they may see as subsidy and what we see as investment into this region. You will see that not only this evening are we being asked to have our councils support this resolution, the same resolution is being put to those councils of those municipalities that are affected all along the rail line. It is being put to the councils of the First Nations who have been part of our working group. And all of these folks and all of their neighbors have been asked to send letters of support. All of the businesses affected have been asked to send letters of support to the federal government. I think we've done as much as we can do, and we turn it over to the federal government now to do their part. So this resolution really asks them to play the role that they need to be playing in this one so that there's a win-win-win end result for everyone involved.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bertizzi, for your work on that group. Thank you to the working group for all of your hard work and those present tonight that are part of that working group. Do any of the councillors have any questions? Councillor Sheehan.
Just the obvious one. I mean, I was actually acting mayor at the time when this first came, Mr. Mayor, before us, and you know, the committee got together post haste. They worked really, really hard and did everything that they were supposed to, and came up with a great plan. So my question is the obvious one: what's the holdup?
Mr. Bertizzi feels able to answer
Mr.
that.
CEO.
We have until March, and I think all of us understand that we don't want to be at the 11th and a half hour waiting for the minister's response. We have probably a couple of months left. We are asking for a meeting in the Sault or in Ottawa if need be, so that we can get started on the agreement that we think should be put together. We've had the support of our members, both Carol Hughes and Brian Hayes, in terms of getting this to the minister's office, first in the initial extension. But right now, it's a matter. It's really a matter of everyone. And so I ask councillors, if you're bumping into anyone who has any say with Minister Raitt, or if you feel inclined, please write your own letters. This is very important to a lot of people and will affect all of the communities who currently enjoy the benefit of the ACR passenger service.
That's really good advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any additional questions from the council? Seeing none, we'll have a vote in the matter. All in favor? Unanimously carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, back to our proclamations delegations section. Item 5.2, Red Cross Summer Winter Maintenance for Seniors. Diane Lejean, District Branch Manager, Canadian Red Cross, is in attendance.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming tonight.
I'm happy to be here to give you an update on our home maintenance program and our agreement with the City of Sault Ste. Marie. Our home maintenance program is one of the services that we offer to assist seniors to live as safely as possible in their own homes for as long as possible. The program covers the area of home help or housekeeping, grass cutting, and snow removal. From January 1st to December 31st, 2014, these are the numbers of units that were provided through the agreement with the city. Snow removal and grass cutting, 1 unit is a job, and for home help, 1 unit is an hour. So that's snow removal, 1,421, grass cutting, 518, and home help, 4,531 hours. The total units of service provided to seniors over and above this total of 6,470 was 13,882 for a total of 20,352 units in Sault Ste. Marie, as I mentioned, of which 6,470 was provided by the contract that we have. So this is the breakdown of the number of clients. The total number of clients under the agreement right now is 128. Of those, receiving just the housekeeping only is 58 clients. 23 clients are receiving all 3 of the services. 23 are receiving snow and grass only. 13 snow only. Home help and snow 7. Home help and grass 3, and grass only 1. That makes a total of 66 clients that are receiving snow removal, that received snow removal in 2014 at no cost to them. The program is growing at a really rapid pace. January 2014, when the program first started, we had 21 snow removal clients and a total of 48 clients overall. And at the end of the year, we had 66 snow removal clients and a total of 128 clients overall, but getting all the services. And there is no waiting list. We had a little bit of a backup when we first got the snowfall in November. As the city was unprepared, so were we. We had lost a contractor a couple of weeks before. So at that time, there was a backup, a bit of a waiting list, but we have been able to reach all of those clients. There may be a little wait for service because there is an assessment involved in it, but there isn't a waiting list per se. And I just wanted to, this is kind of hard to read and small, but I just wanted to give you an idea of what this is meaning to the seniors in our community and to their families. And this first little example is about a family member who was at the home and providing all kinds of extra care for her mother. But they were at their wits' end. They were at the end of the rope. They didn't know how much longer they were going to be able to do this. So the coordinator for the program went in to visit, and the woman said, I can't afford any of this. I can't afford, and did the assessment, and sure enough, she qualified. Well, it was the daughter in the corner that had had tears, because it was such a relief to her to know that her mother could still stay in her home, which is what she wanted, and have the care that she needed. And then the visits that she was having with her mother could be more social and friendly, and she wasn't as stressed out as she was previously. Another client that we had was in her 80s with multiple health problems, and her family had been caring for her for a number of years since her husband had passed away. not knowing about the services that we had. So they were both working and trying to care for their mother and trying to continue on with their jobs. And when the coordinator went to visit her, she was wrapped up in multiple layers. She had most of the lights dimmed because she was on a limited income and she didn't want to waste any money. So when Mara told her about the services, she again said, no, I can't afford to have somebody come and do my driveway. I can't afford to have someone clean. And so went through the assessment process, and sure enough, she qualified. This lady has since passed away, but her family is just so grateful, again, that she got to stay in her home. She got to live in a clean home and have her driveway plowed so that people could visit her, so emergency services could approach. If she had any other services, they could meet with her. So that's it. It's in a nutshell. So if you have any programs about the program itself, I'm happy to answer. And then we've got Mr. Peterson that can answer any programs about the funding model.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. I expect you might have a waiting list that starts as of tomorrow when people appreciate that you're offering this service. Maybe you can speak for a moment before we open the floor to questions on what the assessment process is and what the thresholds are where people have to meet to get this service.
Sure. For the general program of home maintenance, basically, generally over 65 or sometimes 60, and often younger if they have an aging condition, which keeps them from cleaning their own home, shoveling their own driveway, or snow blowing their own driveway, or cutting their grass. For the program that we have the agreement with the City of Sault Ste. Marie with, there has to be a health condition. As well, we do a means test to determine if they are eligible. If they receive any type of guaranteed annual income supplement, they are automatically qualify. Ontario Disability Supports Program, they automatically qualify. And then there is a full test that is administered if they don't have those two but still have a low income on expenses and that, which are set out by the city and the province.
Great. Thank you for that. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, welcome, Diane. It's always great to see you because you do such good work, and all of your employees as well. I had a call on the weekend from an 87-year-old lady who is on service with you, and she just could not speak highly enough about the snow removal operation that's being done for her. And I wanted to pass that on. I said to her, your call is timely because they will be there, and I'll be able to tell you publicly and firsthand about that. The question that I have that came up in my conversation with her is, of course, the balancing act of the city operation when they're doing the plowing at night and when the operator engaged to do the client's driveway is able to come during the day. Often they need to come back because that timing just doesn't gel, and you're acutely aware of that. Is there any option with the operators that if they have to come back and they're only doing the mouth of the driveway versus the whole driveway, that it could be a different fee? I believe this lady is $28.40, so she's at that level, whatever that means to you in terms of she pays that. And her comment to me, because it was around the plow having been there and plugged her driveway, and she felt very panicky that she was trapped. You know the story. Yep. So the sidebar, I have to say, for the benefit of our commissioner, is that our staff went and they opened it up for her, which is another wonderful story, and appreciative of that. But the question came up of if they had to come back, the operator, she was of the mind that she'd have to pay that again, the full amount. And of course, she can't do it twice in a day.
Yeah, my understanding, and I would have to double check, but it has been up like this, is it's half okay. Of the fee for when they have to go back. And I did try at one point contacting the city, the plow person, but the area supervisor. Yes, and I'm not sure if it was you or someone else at the time, but to see if there was any way of any type of schedule, because we were coming across that, even sometimes as the city plow went out in the day, early in the morning, and there wasn't any way to do that. Trying to figure out a way that we could make it better for the clients but we haven't been able to come up
No,
with a solution.
I think you've done that by answering that question, and I'll let this lady know, because I told her I would ask you and call her back.
Yep.
But I think that that's reasonable, that if they're coming back to do just the entranceway, that it's a reduced fee, and you've answered that, and I think that's right.
Yeah.
And as for the benefit of Mr. Girardi, our commissioner, we can't schedule it. I know we councillors ask him this all the time, and it's a snowfall, and it's so many factors that vary that. So I appreciate, Diane, what you're doing, and thank you. And we'll get back to this particular lady. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Butland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Diane, for being here. The reason that it was Councillor Myers and I asked for the report, certainly I was concerned a couple of months ago, and I called and they said I was getting seniors asking for assistance, and I think it's April who's in charge, said, well, I'm 60 behind now. I have to go out and meet each of these individuals. So you're telling me now that that backlog is all cleared up?
Yes.
Okay, that's good news.
Until tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
The city's investment is $50,000, I believe?
Yes.
Oh.
Up to 50, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we are, it's funded 80/20, so for 2015, it's a budget of up to 200,000, so 20%, of course, would be the city share.
Okay, so we started out with 50,000 from the city when the program started, and then Mr. Nadeau, through social services, accessed it. Well, you know what I mean. I just can't say it. Another $150,000. Is that how that worked? And then it's the 80-20 split? Okay, so there was the snow, the grass, and now we're into home care. Well, I should say this is money very well spent, because we're always saying we want to keep seniors in the homes, spending some money. But the reality is the longer they do stay in that home, and they're still paying their taxes, and they're also not going to nursing homes or hospitals or everything, which costs the taxpayers a whole lot. And also, it brings happy families together. So this is a great report, and you're quite right, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully, awareness will bring more people to the table, because this is a very, very good spend.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions from Council? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I should acknowledge Mr. Peterson, who is here on Mr. Nadeau's behalf. So, welcome to Council, and thank you for attending tonight.
Under Agenda Item 5.3, Departmental Best Practice, Paul Milosevic, Assistant Fire Chief, Prevention and Public Education, is here regarding smartphones.
Are you speaking first, Chief Provenzano?
I am, as a matter of fact. Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of Council, CEO, and City staff, Fire Services here this evening to present a recently implemented efficiency in our department involving the use of smartphone technology for our Fire Prevention Division. This technological enhancement has addressed numerous operational issues, including increased productivity and improved communications. Assistant Fire Chief Paul Milosevic is here to expand on this subject matter with a short presentation. Before I bring Paul up to the podium, I'd like to introduce Mike Piola, who's here this evening. He's the new fire chief who'll be taking over this Friday at approximately 4:31 p.m. Give or take a minute or so. Mike comes with a wealth of experience and knowledge, about 30 years of experience in the fire service. And he recently had an appointment in North Bay. Prior to that, he worked in Pearson International Airport as the fire chief there for approximately 9 years. So I welcome Mike to the team. And Paul, you're good to go.
How's that for pressure? I get two chiefs to present in front of me. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of Council, CAO, and members of staff. I'm here just to do a brief presentation on the embracing the technology of smartphones. A little while back, I was looking into resources or different mechanisms to perform our routine business in a more efficient manner. We wanted to utilize, knowing that there's many technologies out there for the fire prevention officers, inspectors to utilize. We investigated the use of the smartphone technology, and we came up with quite a few efficiencies, and not only in terms of time, but in terms of cost, and that we're ultimately providing what we believe to be a better service to the community because of that. The rationale was to create these efficiencies concerning time. We wanted to ensure that we became cost effective. One of the ways that we became cost effective, one simple way, was in the course of a routine inspection, or an inspector carries different types of equipment with them. One of the tools that we use on a regular basis is a camera. We photo document whether we're investigating or inspecting. Everything is photo documented as well as in the written word. By utilizing the smart technology and using iPhones, we actually eliminated the cost and the use of cameras. So now we don't have to continually buy cameras and phones. We actually incorporated that into one tool that we use all the time. It obviously created a lot better divisional communication in our area. We believe that we're providing a better service and communicating with our clients far better. The Ontario Fire Marshal's Office, the Electrical Safety Authority, Technical Standards and Safety, they are all agencies that were using this type of technology. We weren't, so now we have that ability to communicate with them on that level now in terms of transferring information back and forth and digitally and on the spot. There are other facets that we haven't got into completely yet. One of them is the use of GPS. On smartphones, we can actually track. We know where that phone's being used, and that gives us the ability to date and timestamp everything that we're doing. So we know we're inspecting a certain property when we're actually there, when that using that date and timestamping ability of the phone. We are working with IT ongoing. We started utilizing these phones late last summer. We are working with IT using the phones as a hotspot, and I'm sure some of the councillors are used to using the VPN function of a hotspot and a laptop or a tablet, whatever the case may be. We are now we can actually take our office with us into the field, utilizing a laptop through the Wi-Fi process, through the smartphone, and have our laptops right there with us during an inspection or an investigation, which is a tremendous tool to have while we're there. So some of the efficiencies are in communication, dealing with outside agencies, clients internally. One of the great features is FaceTime, particularly with the iPhone. I'll give you one quick example of that, is when we do investigations, oftentimes it's nice to have another set of eyes to get an opinion of another officer or perhaps even an OFM investigator. So before that, we'd have to call them when we give a description of what we were seeing and trying to get an interpretation. Whereas now we actually FaceTime, we turn the camera around, we could actually show them the room or the patterns we're looking at. We get an instant opinion from another expert and another set of eyes, which has become very valuable to us, especially when we're talking with the OFM folks. Again, the camera, we utilize the camera for photo documenting. No need, we don't have to continually purchase new cameras every 2 to 3 years. There's myself and 4 inspectors to the tune of, that's 5 cameras to a couple $100 a piece to get a decent camera to use, and we've now eliminated that cost. So moving forward over a number of years, that's quite a bit of savings. The biggest feature that we didn't really even think about when we started using this technology has turned out to be one of the best efficiencies that we have utilized, which is the talk-to-text feature. There's so much redundancy in some of the daily things that we do, and that we when we're inspecting or investigating fire scenes, that we write everything down. Oftentimes it's not because of the environments we're in where there isn't any power, or perhaps we're in bunker gear wearing gloves. Our notes aren't always the best. So we now have to transfer those notes into a better form for our file. And then ultimately we have to put them into our crisis database, which is the database we use at Fire Services. So we would ultimately end up typing those, which we're talking from start to finish at an average investigation, say, might be 2 to 3 hours just in housekeeping. With the talk-to-text feature, we actually use the phone as a dictaphone, talk our notes right into our phone, and we actually copy clip them right into our our crisis database when we get back. So it's almost done instantaneously. We've taken a 2-hour function and turned it into a 5-minute function, which we didn't even really see that coming, but it turns out to be a tremendous efficiency in our area for that. Again, emailing photos, documents, file templates remotely, dealing with clients, inspecting, we deal with clients directly. Oftentimes we're tasking them with producing records, documentation for us. They often ask us for templates, that sort of thing. We can provide those right on the spot. Here, I'll email it to you right here. There it is on their desktop, and then they could utilize those templates. So it's been good all around. One of the things we do when we think of best practices is we try to compare ourselves to our northern comparators in this case, which are Sudbury, Timmins, North Bay, and Thunder Bay. And when I went through this exercise, I was surprised to find that, or I shouldn't be surprised, but I was somewhat surprised to find that we're ahead of the curve. Outside of Thunder Bay, Sudbury, Timmins, and North Bay hadn't really considered using this technology in the same vein we are. So in Sudbury, as an example, they're still using flip phones. They're not using, they're purely using them as phones. They don't have access to that technology, and only the CFPO, which is the rank I'm at, Chief Fire Prevention Officer, is using a BlackBerry. In Timmins, almost the same as Sudbury. North Bay, similar. Thunder Bay, the FPOs and the CFPO are using BlackBerries, which is a smartphone, and they're just beginning to utilize this technology, as I found out. So they're getting onto this, but through our northern comparators, it looks like Sault Ste. Marie we're ahead of the wave a little bit. And it's nice to know, and it's become an invaluable tool to us. So I would encourage other city departments, if you haven't used that technology in this vein, to investigate it, because there's a lot of efficiencies to be had there for sure. And that's about it, unless you have questions or comments.
Thank you for your presentation. Before we open the floor, I think we should, on behalf of Mayor and Council, we'd like to welcome the new Fire Chief, and we look forward to working with you. You're welcome. So does anybody have any questions with respect to the presentation we've just received? Go ahead, Councillor Sheehan.
Just reminded me of a presentation that I saw at AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, where some communities are tweeting emergency responses. Is that part of your plan? Like, you can tweet very quickly, emergency situations and communicate to the public?
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Sheehan. Yes, that's another facet that we can use. We are using Twitter now. Yep. Fire Services. We have our own Twitter site, if you will, and that is absolutely right. We use it in terms of public education and in emergency management. Something that has to get out there right away. It's another venue for us to get that out there, and we could actually do it right from. I could do it here right now and get that message out instantly. So yeah, it's a big tool for us, and it's something that we will be using for sure.
Okay, glad to hear it.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, you can proceed.
Next item, website refresh presentation. Lori Ballstadt, Corporate Affairs Officer, and Frank Coccimilio, Manager of Information Technology, are in attendance, along with Mark Foja and Dan Gowans.
Welcome to Council. Lori.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Councillors. I am pleased to introduce our city's redesigned website. As Malcolm mentioned, assisting with this presentation is Communications Intern Mark Foja. Welcome to SaultSteMarie.ca, our most efficient and effective communication tool for the corporation. This presentation will provide background information on the redesign process, introduce our new look, explain how website users can find information faster, demonstrate new ways to get the word out to our residents. We will present enhanced web features and improved communication tools. We will explain the advantage of using Alias website addresses. We will speak to legislative requirements for accessibility, introduce expanded social media tools through our Stay Connected option, and talk about the launch date for the new website. The previous redesign was completed in February of 2007 through Digital WebWorks. Since that time, various staff, known as website champions, have been responsible for updating their department's information with assistance provided as needed through the corporate affairs area. Our new site was developed in-house using a content manager system template from a company called Kentaco. This is the same software that was used to create the Discover the Sioux immigration portal. The redesign has been accomplished by staff working within the corporate affairs area, Mark Toja and myself, and IT division, Dan Gowans. Creating SaultSteMarie.ca involved researching and comparing other municipal websites and best practices from across Canada, collecting public and staff input, using analytical tools to identify user demand, and reformatting information to meet accessibility requirements. Now, the first major difference you will notice is that the city website domain name has changed to SaultSteMarie.ca. This change is progressive, follows the format used by other Ontario municipalities, and is advantageous for both corporate branding and public notification. You will still be able to access the new site using our old website address. So let's take a look at the new site, starting with the homepage. We offer a fresh new look and color scheme. Information has been formatted through the use of left page links, less text, and the addition of graphics, videos, and virtual tours. Users have the option of viewing our website in a number of languages. Direct search features enable users to find information quickly from our homepage. The advanced search bar is located at the top of every page on the website for easy access. Below the search bar, we have the ability to link our top 3 popular searches based on analytics. We can change links dependent upon user demand, operational timelines, and current initiatives. The Popular Pages feature will show the top pages visited by users, which can be updated depending on the needs of our residents and the time of year. Examples include building permits, the skating schedule, and senior services. A to Z is an alphabetical index showing most items and pages within our site. Examples include bylaws, daycare, and tenders and proposals. Available e-services will continue to grow as in-house programs are developed. Current examples include being able to view your tax bill, pay a parking ticket, purchase an event ticket for the SR Center, or even register for swimming lessons at the pool. Interchangeable homepage links display popular and priority information. We've made it easier for the public to view the corporate calendar for a list of meetings, stay informed through social media, or provide ongoing website feedback. A direct link to the City Council page offers quick access to meeting agendas and minutes, live streaming of council meetings, and contact info for members of council. Users can even take a virtual tour of our council chambers. Pages within the City Hall, residents, visitors, and business sections have been reformatted. Searching through the City Hall department structure is now accomplished through links positioned on the left side of the page. The slide-out menus have been eliminated. The residents and business pages have been reworked with related subjects grouped together and descriptions for every link. For example, residents looking for information regarding municipal awards can visit the awards category for program descriptions. Similar to other municipalities, our visitors page now links to SooTourism.com, managed through the EDC. How do we get the word out to our residents? Our most recent news items are shown on the homepage through latest news, public notices, and the At a Glance feature. The At a Glance rotating display photo and text box draws the attention of our users to priority and time-sensitive messages, including emergency notification. The new site offers enhanced features such as the garbage and recycling collection calendar. A resident can enter their street name and their respective garbage day will be displayed with an option to access a calendar personalized to their address that shows waste and recycling information for the entire year. Our site is also mobile friendly. The format changes to accommodate desktop, laptop, tablet, and mobile phone resolution. Photos, videos, and virtual tours have been added to enhance the user experience.
Public Works has been busy plowing snow and clearing snowbanks around Sault Ste. Marie.
I think snow is the common theme for this evening. Our Parks and Playgrounds tool enables users to identify green space specific to their neighborhood or individual interest. Users can view the location, see the features, and take a 360-degree virtual tour. We intend to create tours and narratives for all of the city's major facilities. Every page on the new website provides direct contact information. Locations are linked to Google Maps for specific directions. info@cityssm.on.ca will be the general email address for the corporation. Department email addresses have been created to improve customer service. Residents can submit service requests to PWT by completing an online form which transfers directly to the switchboard operator. The order is received without the need to contact information over the phone. Other options include a traffic calming request form and a form to report an accessibility concern. As noted earlier, several online e-services are available. This component will continue to expand through the IT division. Web pages can be emailed or shared with other users through social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. I'll speak to social media shortly. A website alias is a URL address created to direct users to a specific page. For example, if a resident calls to inquire about employment for summer students, they can be easily directed to the website address saultestemarie.ca/summerstudents for detailed information. We can create aliases to be used in public notices, news releases, and corporate ads. So depending on the type of project or current initiatives, we can create a specific alias. In accordance with the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, municipalities are required by law to make their websites conform to WCAG guidelines through 3 levels of compliance. Ensuring that our website remains compliant can be accomplished at no cost other than staff time through the use of Google testing tools. We will also use Google platforms to share accessibility information, such as the accessible restroom map. Components to create an accessible website include using appropriate font style, size, and contrasting colors, making text readable and understandable, designing content compatible with screen readers, such as JAWS, NVDA, and ORCA, providing descriptive text for all photographs and graphic content, and ensuring website functionality is available from a keyboard. Real-time access to information, the opportunity for two-way communication through social media is essential for our residents. Our Stay Connected feature enables users to interact with us through various forms. Residents can follow our Twitter account for civic news, event information, and real-time messages. Followers can commute with city staff through replies and direct messaging. We have created a YouTube channel as well. We have the ability to show educational videos such as the winter snow removal segment or promotional videos like the one used to introduce the new Heritage Discovery Center back in July. Several social media accounts are also featured on our Stay Connected page. Users can connect directly with the City of Sault Ste. Marie, Mayor Provenzano, Fire and Police Services, the SR Center, the John Rhodes Pool, EDC, Tourism Sault Ste. Marie, and the Conservation Authority. It's imperative that we use social media platforms to our advantage, as information can be channeled to a large audience, again, at no cost other than staff time. We plan to launch SooSteMarie.ca this coming Thursday, January 29th. We will certainly welcome and encourage ongoing feedback for the city's new website from members of council, staff, and the general public. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have questions, Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment, actually. Lori, congratulations. It's very impressive, and I particularly like the fact that you have the various languages available for the public, and that really recognizes the profile of our community and the changes that we're going through. So I applaud everybody's efforts. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine's going to be kudos as well. Lori, Mark, Frank, all the staff, Dan. It's just awesome. This is exciting. We've been looking for this for a long time, and I just feel as if we've been from somewhere with 8-track gone forward to whatever is past MP3 or 4, I don't know what it is. But I can't believe that it's not the City Council page that's the most popular page, that snow removal comes before that, Larry. I can't get over that. Probably garbage would come before that, too. But it's just really great and very exciting. And like Councillor Christian said, I was going to comment on the languages. I remember 100 years ago when I was with EDC, we had a list in the clerk's office, which was hard copy paper, of all the different volunteer translators who would translate for us. I remember, Steve, many of the international things we did and so on. And this is just, again, taking us from something of the past into the future. Really exciting. Obviously, the accessibility part is critical as well, and I know I have a couple of constituents that are dealing with many issues, including loss of vision and so on, and the audio part is so important. So really, thank you. Thank you for what you've done. I know this has been a lot of hard work, and I really thank you for what you've done. It's great.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, council, as you note, there's an associated report on website on the agenda. However, since we're almost 25 to 6, we'll take care of the 2 planning items quickly and then move back to that. Our first planning item, A315T 885, second line east. A report of the planning department is attached for the consideration of council, and a motion by councillors Butland and Krampadich. Resolved that the report concerning A315T 885 second line east be received, and that council approve a temporary rezoning to permit the storage and processing of topsoil in conjunction with the secondary school construction project across the street for a period not to exceed 2 years from the passing of the implementing bylaw, subject to the following conditions. 1, that existing vegetation be maintained and that no part of the use occur within the following setbacks: 45 meters from the north, 5 meters from the west, 10 meters from the east, and 15 meters from the south, and that prior to commencing the topsoil storage and processing use, the applicant submit and carry out a sediment and erosion control plan, as well as a dust control plan, to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of Engineering and Planning or his designate, and that the legal department be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect this approval.
Thank you. This was before council on January 12th, if I'm correct, and there was one party here to speak in favor of it. No party spoke against it. Are there any parties to speak to this today? Seeing none, do any councillors have any questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, just a clarification on who the applicant is here.
I'm being told by the Chief Administrative Officer that the applicant is Avery Construction. Is Avery Construction correct?
Okay, then I have a conflict on this matter, and I'm going to excuse myself.
Okay. We'll let Councillor Shoemaker excuse himself. Is that correct, Mr. McConnell?
Quite briefly, this is a very short report simply to clarify the wording on Council's resolution to ensure that it's clear that the underlying zoning does not change as a result of the temporary use permit.
Thank you. So no questions from councillors. We'll have a vote. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Our second planning item is 7.62, a report of the planner is attached for the consideration of council. Resolved that the report of the planner concerning rezoning application number A415Z concerning 65 Northern Avenue East be received, and that council rezones the subject property by repealing special exception 238 and rezoning the subject property from general commercial zone C4 S 238 with a special exception 238 to low density residential zone R3 with a new special exception permitting the following yard reductions applying to a 3-unit, 1-story, multiple attached dwelling only. 1, north yard setback reduction from 7.5 meters to 3 meters. 2, south yard setback reduction from 10 meters to 1.2 meters, and 3, west yard setback reduction from 6 meters to 5.8 meters, and that the legal department be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect this approval.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are the applicants present? Or the applicants wishing to say anything in support of the application? No? Okay. Are there any parties present that are opposing the application? Would you like to say anything in opposition to the application? Yes. Sir, if you can come up and introduce yourself, please. Your name for the record, sir?
I'm Frank Bruce. I live at 117 Anita Boulevard.
Okay.
It's around the corner from the residence that, or the lot that they're speaking of. I have no gripes with the setback limitations and whatever during the summer months, but through the winter months and also for the intersection aspect of it, when the plowing gets done, you know, if they can cut down on the size of the residence that's going to go on the lot, I'd be happier in that respect, because right now the residence that's right next door that is also owned by the person that's changing the plans for that one, they're plowing across 4 lanes of traffic on their driveway, putting it in the north snowbank of Northern Avenue, which is totally illegal. Nothing's been said, or I don't know if any charges have been laid or whatever, but it's from Prime Cuts, Saxville intersection to North Street. It already is like a speedway down through there because of the fact everybody wants to go from 2 lanes, whether it be the curbside lane or the center lane. The center lane tries to race ahead. They never go slower and pull in. They go faster and try to fit in because they're going straight through on at the corner of Northern Avenue and North Street. So they speed up at all times. And if you're turning off onto Anita, which is quite a bit of traffic because of the curling rink and whatever, it's quite slippery in that one lane. You're going to get backsided. Numerous times I've almost been backsided. And so
sir, you're raising a lot of traffic issues. And if you could just keep your comments focused to your objection to the application currently in front of us.
It's the plowing that he's doing on his yard already as it is. And if he's building to the maximum degree with the setbacks closest to the road, you know, like it's the same with any jurisdiction, like on lots. If, you know, I want to build a garage closer to the roadway on the front of my house, that's not allowed because there are setbacks. Mm-hmm. It also doesn't look very good because when you're looking down the street, the setbacks are put there for a reason. The traffic intersection, I can see if it was a standard lot halfway down a roadway, then I would almost have no objection against it at all. But being a corner lot, the intersection is an issue. And once he gets, like he's already having problems with snow, whether it's his contractor or himself. And so I'm just wondering how high these snowbanks are going to get, that intersection, I think it's Kitchener Road there, is going to be a problem.
So you're concerned if the setbacks are permitted, if the amendment to the setbacks are permitted, there wouldn't be enough room for snow removal. Is that correct?
No, it just limits his area to put the snow.
Okay.
And he's already not complying with that, with the lot he's got already next door.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, thank you.
Appreciate that. If the applicant wanted an opportunity to respond to any of that, he can have that opportunity. If not, we'll ask for questions from council if they have any.
Thank you. The lot I believe that you're talking about, I don't know. We don't own that one. It's just the vacant lot on the corner of Kitchener and Northern Avenue. So the building in the back is not my snow.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nero, do you have a question for the applicant or for our department? Mr. McConnell, okay. You
Site plan control will take care of some items. It deals with primarily drainage, which would be the result of piling a lot of snow here. I would like to indicate to council that, first of all, the applicants, as they just pointed out, do not own the property, which I think is causing the concern for Mr. Bruce. With regards to their property, there's over 5 meters that the city owns between the edge of the traveled roadway and the edge of the city's road allowance. And then their building will be of another 6 meters or so back from that. So on Kitchener Avenue, or Kitchener Road, there will be lots of opportunity for both the applicant to store snow as well as for the city to store snow. And the building itself is set well back from the intersection of Northern Avenue and Kitchener Road, so I don't think we're going to have a visibility problem. And be happy to answer any of the questions council may have.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, so you can sit down if you like. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate, I think the point that was made by the applicant and Mr. McConnell. Obviously, the issues that the objector had are not issues with this proponent. I've known Mr. Bresson for a long time, and I know he's a responsible person. I know that any legitimate concerns that are raised with respect to this development, he'd be happy to discuss with people. And I think this is a good project, and I'm glad to see that he's bringing it forward.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Welcome, Councillor Romano. Yeah, so. Having no other questions or comments, we can have a vote in the matter. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, as mentioned, we can take item 6.7, website communications position, out of consent as it is related to the website presentation you just had. A report of the City Clerk and the Commissioner of Finance and Treasurer is attached for the consideration of Council, and a motion by Councillors Christian and Krampotic. Resolved that the report of the City Clerk and Commissioner of Finance and Treasurer concerning website communications position be accepted, and the position be added to the Corporate Affairs section of the Clerk's Department and funded through savings identified in the report with no increase to the existing corporate budget.
Councillor Myers?
I guess actually it's not a question, it was going to be a comment. So do you want me to wait until you get through your questions first?
No, you can make a comment.
Okay. I guess I just want to say that I think this is probably one of the better spends we could ever make, that it's really critically important to meet our mandate and desire of this council to be as transparent as possible. It just gives us more to be able to, another means of communicating with the public, and I think it's really important. So I commend the departments because I believe this was already at a senior management meeting where the departments had a good opportunity to review this, and that they all see the value in it themselves to the point where I believe they're carving the figures out of their own existing budgets to just redirect it. So it's not anything that will impact our levy. It is a redirection of dollars that we already have, and I think it's an excellent spend. So I strongly encourage us to support this recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker, do you have a question to either the clerk or the Commissioner of Finance?
Yes, either through the clerk or to the manager of IT. Has the functions that this position would perform, have they been put out for a proposal from outside companies?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Shoemaker, I'm not aware that the functions associated with this position have been looked at as being provided through an outside source. I'd ask the manager of IT to also answer the question, as he may be aware of something that I'm not of.
Mr. Cochamilio?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker. No, these type of duties have not been contracted out. The only thing that has in the past is the software and the design of the website. The onus to populate it and maintain it has always fallen on the responsibility of staff.
I ask because I wonder, you know, Councillor Myers mentioned that this won't impact the levy because it's existing funds, but if there was in fact a chance to reduce the amount we're spending rather than, I know the proposal for total compensation was 80 or 85,000. So, you know, if there were proposals out there that could do it for 50 or 60, it'd be interesting to see if there was money to be saved rather than just using money that is already allocated. Is that a possibility, Mr. Clerk? To put it out for proposal?
As far as I know, it would be a possibility. As Mr. Cochamilio mentioned, it is functions that we have normally kept in-house so far, and some of it involves technical aspects that I may not be the best person to answer as to how best it be put out, but just from a philosophical viewpoint, nothing against it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's the view of IT that I don't believe it would be feasible for contracting that type of service. The individual or how it's done in the past, it's very closely knit with other departments. In some cases, the information has to be out at a very critical, timely fashion. You can't rely on a third party to be there for you at a phone call away.
For the benefit of the viewers at home who might not have accessed the staff reports that obviously we have access to, could you explain where the savings are that you're making up in order to afford for this position?
I believe the clerk can answer that question.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council, the savings or repurposing of funds we're talking about would come from three main areas. There's a reduction in copying and printing that would make up about $35,000. Part of that is a $5,000 reduction we've been able to achieve with Council adopting our eScribe software, and more of you relying less on printed material and being able to access it on your tablets. There's also $30,000 in a rate reduction that Clerks is going to institute for our corporate departments who use our print services. This is possible. About 18 months ago, we changed technology in our print shop, which allowed us both to introduce volume color copying and allowed for less cost of technology overall. We did do an initial rate reduction last year. However, at the end of 2014, we realized a surplus of $47,000 in that. So we feel safe saying $30,000 in a rate reduction is certainly manageable. The other main area of reduction is in paid advertising. This will consist of about $40,000. This consists of savings we've already realized over the past year or two, about $10,000, as we have been reducing our print advertising cost and ensuring that we're getting the best rates available by coordinating all the department requirements. The remainder of $30,000 will be realized through ongoing savings. The CIO has directed all departments to, should this position be approved, reduce their paid advertising by making better use of the capabilities of the website and social media to communicate their messages. It would represent about a 17% reduction in corporate advertising budgets overall. The third area is Clerk's Department Quality Improvement Funds. That's the smallest amount of money, $10,000. We have a cost center for our work with Excellence Canada and quality improvement initiatives. We've been able to reduce our membership costs significantly with Excellence Canada while still getting the benefit that we needed to get from it. So we would use about $5,000 from that area, and we have $5,000 that we can allocate to what we see as an improved service and aligns with quality improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You asked my question, so I'm good.
Oh, very good.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. If I could just make one other comment. When I was chairing Celebrate 100 in 2012, we went through quite a process of deciding how we were going to develop the website for Celebrate 100 and all of the work involved there. And of course, in my former life as the manager of marketing and tourism at EDC, I can tell you, I appreciate where the councillor is coming from, Councillor Shoemaker, but I can tell you it would be quite a lot more costly with less of an opportunity for us to go out and outsource this when it's our own individual, as the IT manager already spoke to. The work that they do is outstanding. They did the whole Celebrate 100, IT and website development and everything over 2 years of that event running at no additional cost to us as the cities. That their talents run deep. So I really strongly encourage us not to go that route, but to approve the what's in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Any other? Councillor Romano.
How certain are we we're actually saving 80 to 85,000 a year through the reduction in copy and printing costs, et cetera?
Would that be appropriate?
I guess that would go through our clerk.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Romano. The only portion that isn't realized right now or can't be 100% guaranteed is the $30,000 to be realized through ongoing savings. That would be a 17% decrease in corporate advertising budgets overall. And as I mentioned, the CIO has directed the departments to find those savings by making better use of what they're doing currently with paid advertising.
Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Romano? Councillor Hupinen.
I agree completely with the whole idea, but I'm just not sure if I can understand the 80 to 85,000 for a one-person hiring position. Is that the going rate for an IT web person?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Hupinen, the 80 to 85,000 it represents a maximum amount of funding allotted for this position and its work. That amount was made up of both wages, benefits associated with the position, and ancillary costs. It would relate to a job position that's around a level 2 or level 3 on our non-union management grid. For those of you, council, who aren't familiar with the grid, level 1 is our base level, and I believe the CAO sits at about a level 13 on it. So it's that's kind of where it fits in with that range.
So
Mr. Cocciamilio did work with Lori Ballstadt, especially to sort out the technical requirements that of the skill set that this position would require.
Okay.
And that's where they placed it.
All right, thank you.
So my understanding, Mr. Cook, that's the cost of the position inclusive of all expenses associated with it.
That's correct.
Is that sufficient, Councillor Huppanen? Yes, it is. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments arising out of the discussion we've had so far? Councillor Shoemaker.
Perhaps just a question for the Commissioner of Finance. What does a 17% reduction in, is a 17% reduction in total advertising fees, is that 30,000? Okay. I answered my own question.
I'll leave it to the city clerk. Has that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that sufficient, Councillor Shoemaker? No other comments and questions? Then we'll have a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Sure. Yeah.
Council, as some of you are aware, we do have people here in the gallery for item 8.1, flashing light base line and Airport Road. I recommend we address that item now. Item 8.1, flashing light base line and Airport Road, motion by Councillors Romano and Krampadich. Whereas the overhead flashing light at the intersection of Airport Road and Base Line has been removed, and whereas the removal of this flashing light could impact the safety of the traveling public, now therefore be it resolved that the Traffic Division of the Public Works and Transportation Department be requested to conduct a study with respect to the intersection of Airport Road and Base Line to determine whether or not a flashing yellow light is required on the Airport Road portion of the intersection.
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, we've had a lot of discussion on this resolution, both by Councillor Romano and I, and a number of constituents in the ward, and also through discussions with Public Works and Transportation. It's been going on for the past few months. On the base line, there has been a solar red flashing light that's been put on the intersection going east and west. And although that light has been put up on the base line itself, there's been some issues with it functioning properly. And PWT has went there on occasion to be able to correct its dysfunction. There's been a number of due to the fact that there's increased traffic that is going up and down the Airport Road, traffic from the airport, passenger increase, and a number of other things. We have a letter from Prince Township endorsing that basically the light be put back up. We have a number of residents that are here, and I would like to amend the resolution just to have the light be put back and reinstalled to its original state. And if that can't be possible, then possibly to put yellow flashes on the north and south end of Airport Road, because we have a concern with public safety at that intersection.
Councillor, I don't think that that would be an amendment to the resolution. I think it's its entire, that's a separate resolution. I mean, this resolution is asking for a staff report. We can deal with this resolution saying we want to put the light back up, and that might be very well something that you're at liberty to decide is a whole different issue than the resolution that's before us. So if we can stay on this resolution, council could determine whether it wants this report from staff. And if you want to table another resolution and you have someone to second that resolution, then we could deal with that discussion separately.
Okay, thank you. With the current resolution then, there's been a fair amount of correspondence went back and forth between emails and PWT and a number of other individuals, and I just want to make sure that that information's going to be included in the package with the study.
Through Mr. Mayor, the councillor,
Compottage, absolutely. That would be part of the process. We'll include all the letters that have been received, and I know I haven't responded to each letter, but I kind of knew that this is the way the process goes. We'll accept the letters, we'll get a traffic engineer to do a study and tell us whether or not the yellow light is needed in that area. And I think that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And just one more question regarding the at the intersection. So we have a letter that's going to be included in the package from Prince Township, and I'm just interested because it borders on their property as well. As in the past, has Prince contributed to the maintenance of that light or anything that goes on with any cost whatsoever?
Through Mr. Mayor to Council Compottage, no, all costs have been incurred by the city. There's actually, it's a kind of a unique intersection because you actually have MTO and the city along with Prince all coming in at that same intersection. But it's always been the city who's maintained the light.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Romano.
Thank you. Perhaps firstly a question for Commissioner Girardi. Is it something that we can add into this current resolution to get some costs with respect to what adding a light would cost and ongoing maintenance, et cetera, of that particular light, assuming we move ahead with it?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Romano, absolutely. That would be part of it. We would put the cost, that would be part of the report. So the cost, if lights were required, the cost of lighting would be put in there. And we would, even if the traffic engineers are saying maybe a light isn't needed in that area, we would still put the costs in so that council can make the decision on whether it wants to put the light in or not.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I just want to make one comment with respect to the issue. Again, I don't want to repeat what Councillor Compottage has already indicated, but I will say this. Of course, I've also received a number of concerns from residents in the area. I would say this, looking at it myself, we do have, where Baseline enters onto or intersects with Airport Road, there is a valley there. Yes, there is currently flashers on both east and west, traffic on Baseline approaching Airport Road. The problem is you don't have any notice for the people traveling down Airport Road itself. I think that is a significant concern, and not that it's appropriate or not, but you do have a lot of speeders, if I can put it that way, or it is a high rate of speed. It's a posted 80 limit. You do find that a lot of the people traveling to and from the airport or beyond tend to go a little bit quicker than that, and I think especially in whiteout type conditions that becomes a significant safety concern. So I just wish all council to be aware of that. I'm sure everyone is, but I just want to simply state those comments.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Councillor Romano addressed much of what I was going to state, but I have talked to a number of people who live beyond Baseline towards Pointe du Chêne, and unanimously they agree that the yellow flashing light should be there. I know that as a general rule, yellow flashing lights are not installed anymore. I've been advised of this by our traffic manager, but surely there are exceptions to be made to the general rule, and I think this is the perfect spot for an exception to that general rule, and I strongly encourage everyone to consider reinstalling the flashing yellow in this intersection.
Thank you. Commissioner, for my edification, there was a flashing light at that location, was there not?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there was a flashing light. The fixture, of course, is quite old. It had to be removed because it was broken. We nurse these and try and keep them working, but it's very difficult to get parts for them. We've removed them in most sections of the city right now. There are still a few sites, and as they break, we'll be removing them and putting in solar flashing lights.
When did that occur, Commissioner?
It was in the October, November, somewhere around there.
Of 2014?
2014.
Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we'll have a vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Move back to our presentations, Mr. Mayor and Council. Under 5.5, departmental presentations, we have presentations from Nick Apostle, Commissioner of Community Services, and myself.
Welcome to Council, Commissioner Apostle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll just get the presentation up here.
Proceed as you see fit, Commissioner. Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Short presentation on the Community Services Department. Consists of 4 divisions, and I have 3 of the managers here. I have Joe Kane for the Recreation and Culture Division, Norm Farah from the Community Centers Division. The SR Center manager is not in place yet, and the daycare acting manager is Susan Parr. The Community Services Department also operates a central administration area here at the Civic Center, and one of the main parts of that is the switchboard operation located in the main level of the Civic Center. We employ approximately 52 full-time people and over 300 part-time employees. The Recreation and Culture Division, areas of responsibility, and there's a number of them here, and I'll go through them fairly quickly. The Roberta Bonder Park and Tent Pavilion, the Roberta Bonder Marina, the Bellevue Marina, the Recreational Lock Operation, the Canada Day Celebration, the Cruise Ship and Port Security, the Senior Citizens Drop-In Center, the Steelton Seniors Center, the Ermatinger-Clerg National Historic Sites, and the Sports Hall of Fame, and a Jumpstart program through Canadian Tire in conjunction with them, and the outdoor facility bookings and field permits, as well as a Leisure Services Information Directory. There are a number of boards that the Recreation and Culture Division are associated with. The Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, the Historic Sites Board, the Municipal Heritage Committee, the Cultural Advisory Board, and we have a spot on the Museum Management Committee as well. The Community Centers Division, the Northern Community Center is part of that. That's our new indoor turf facility, which the Core Branch Library is part. The John Rhodes Community Center Arenas and Pool, the McMeekin Arena, the Peter G. Manzo Pool in the West End, that's an outdoor pool, and the V.E. Greco Pool across from the International Bridge. A list of associated organizations and associations that use all the various community centers is there, and you can see the list is quite extensive. The SR Center, the main user group and prime tenant is the Sioux Greyhounds, and the secondary one is Sioux Major Hockey Association, and it also houses the Sault Ste. Marie Hockey Hall of Fame. Daycare division is made up of 3 municipally run daycares, the Maycourt Children's Center on Salisbury Avenue near St. Basil's School, the Jesse Irving Children's Center in the West End by St. Teresa's School, and the Municipal Best Start program at Holy Family School in the Northwest area. Together, there are approximately 100 spaces for children in the municipal heritage, in the daycares, and they range in age from 18 months to 6 years of age. The community services budget is made up of approximately $5 million in revenue and approximately $10 million in expenses for a net cost of approximately $5 million to the municipality. And that That particular budget is on track for 2014 with the actuals coming in very soon. The daycare division's budget is expected to be under again this year. The Recreation and Culture Division budget is online for 2014. The SR Center is on budget for this, actually slightly under budget that we expect hopefully for this year. Well, the main reason for that was, will be, we hope, is that the Greyhounds went into 2 rounds of playoffs last season, and we're expecting them this year to hopefully go deeper than that. And the John Rhodes Community Center, which again is the arenas and pools, is expected to come in on budget. The McMeekin Arena, a smaller operation in the West End, again, is expected to be on budget. And the Northern Community Center, we're pleased to report, actually shows a modest profit for 2014. Some of the capital projects and projects for 2015, the Strathclair Park slow pitch lighting and parking lot lighting. We will have the Parks and Recreation Master Strategy completed this year. The Esposito Park, the bicycle pump track, is slated to be on track for completion this year, although we will be reporting to council within the next month or so. That possibly may be set back another year. The outdoor fitness equipment at John Roswell Park will be installed in the spring. The off-leash dog park will be finished in the spring as well. The fencing is already up. And the Steelton Center canopy roof repairs will be tendered early in the spring. Pending projects, the daycare review, the indoor golf range, the replacement of the McMeekin Arena, the Splash Park, and Veterans Commemorative Memorial Project are all projects that we're working on in some form or another. And we have coming up for a special event, a major one, the Rogers Hometown Hockey, February 27th to March 1st, and that'll take place at the Roberta Bonder Pavilion. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking, Mr. Apostle, to you. I'm looking at the daycare finance information. See, year-to-date actual, we're around 298,000, and we're budgeted for year-to-date at 555,000. Could you comment on what efficiencies or what's happening there to result in these lower numbers?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, I've been in conversation with the Commissioner of Finance, and that particular number is one that still has to be finalized yet, and there are a number of transfers that have to take place, so we're not exactly sure how close to budget it will be or how much under budget it will be, but there's a number of efficiencies we've been able to capture this year. Temporary efficiencies because of the direction that Council has with the review committee. And I can quickly name a few of them.
Please.
The daycare manager retired this year, and we didn't replace. We assigned Susan Parr to that position, and we haven't filled her position. We were able to temporarily, we looked at the cook's position at the Best Start program, and we now make those meals off-site at one of our other facilities, and we transport them over to that program. We have a retirement of a supervisor in April, and we're going to replace that position with an assistant supervisor and backfill it with a ECE position, and there'll be some modest savings there. And the cost to carry an accommodated employee was taken off the books this year because they found a position with the city over in social services.
Thank you. And I see the overall community services department budget, percentage budget remaining is about 17%, and net revenue expenditure at around 29.41. So I'm feeling pretty confident your department's going to have a nice surplus for us this year. Do you share in that confidence?
Again, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, we're expecting to have another surplus again this year. However, the degree of that or magnitude of that amount, we're just not sure of. So we're very hopeful with the transfers coming through at the end of the year that we'll have a surplus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Butland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned the Greyhounds and SR Centre. How significant, we did have a talk earlier today, how significant is each playoff game? How much might we realize from each game that they proceed?
Well, let's be careful not to jinx the Greyhounds here, Councillor Butland.
Oh, we're going all the way this year.
Yeah, there it is.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, as we progress through the revenue streams are such that for approximately the first $1.1 million of ticket sales revenue, the Greyhounds see 100% of that. Then we get into splits, 90-10, and then as we move up the revenue ladder, it goes to 75-25 in favor of the Hounds. And usually by about playoff time, we're looking at a 50-50 split if we've had the type of year we've had this year with a good season ticket base and also with them doing as well as they have in the standings. Of course, they're fourth in Canada ranked right now in the CHL. So we're very happy with that. And that transfers into a lot of games being either sellouts or close to sellouts. Like we had a Wednesday night game about a week or so ago that was sold out. So, you know, those in particular in numbers, to answer your question, we're looking approximately $25,000 per playoff game if we're in 50-50 splits that will hopefully realize into the city coffers.
Thank you. You mentioned a bit of a surprise, a pleasant surprise, the Northern Community Centre. You're saying it's realizing a small profit. Is that through the soccer fraternity or is it through the multi-use of the facility?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, well, the original projection was through a business plan that was created for the centre, and it talked about $100,000 deficit as being what we should expect. So through the operations, we've been able to manage that facility, and some of the expenses haven't been where they were. Through staffing efficiencies with the McMeekin Centre employees in particular, it's been a good bonus for us. And so we've been able to manage that also with the indoor soccer being the prime tenant, taking up the lion's share of the revenue and the rental, and then some ancillary use as well through things like ultimate frisbee and football practices. So it's all added up to being a very well operated and used facility.
What kind of drain is the McMeekin Centre on us? How bad is that facility?
It's limping along. We're not putting much into it. The reports that we have is it needs to be replaced. As far as the infrastructure there that you see, it's well beyond its useful life. It was built in 1968, so things like the floor, the boards, the refrigeration system all need to be replaced, and it is in the tune of, I think, $3 to $4 million for that. And each of those cases, when we look at replacement costs, you usually, our experience is you get into areas that can enhance the costing quite easily and double or triple the cost of doing those types of renovations. So, you know, some of the infrastructure there is in need of being replaced fairly soon.
Is the usage still warrant it remaining open?
Actually, McMeekin is very well used. It's over 80% of the prime time.
Okay. The last question, maybe I have asked Madison Zupa about this. The solar panels on the Northern Community Centre. I think we have had our fourth application in, and they always tell us the window is open just a bit, but nothing ever materialized. Are you aware of anything happening there at all?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, perhaps Commissioner Dulcity, I think that his department was spearheading that initiative, might have a comment.
Councillor Butland, as of a couple of weeks ago, we found out that we didn't qualify, and on that basis, that's not to suggest there may not be another window that may be opening up, But right now, we're not looking at a project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for the follow-up here, but to Mr. Dalsetti, if I could, since you've raised the solar panel issue, you say we didn't qualify. What were the reasons behind not qualifying, and is there anything that we could do should another opportunity present itself that we could, maybe weigh up our application, something that would strengthen it?
Christian, I really should be contacting Madison for the details.
Okay.
We had just sort of an off-the-cuff conversation, and I said that's really too bad because I think this was a good opportunity for us to take advantage of. It certainly wasn't anything that we did intentionally. I think we had the interest there. The forms were filled out correctly. It has to go through a format of review that I guess we just didn't hit the mark to be considered. So I can certainly respond back to yourself and council for that matter in terms of a more descriptive account of what was occurring.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, and I think council would as well. I know when the West End Community Center, Northern Community Center was brought forward, one of the attractions was to have those solar panels up there because they were a net revenue generator and overall cost reduction to operate the facility. So I think that is a project that we need to stay focused on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Commissioner? Seeing none, thank you for your report. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, before we go into the clerk's department presentation, I note we have a significant delegation here regarding the Upton Road item. That's item 6.11. I recommend we deal with that item so that people aren't kept waiting. Item 6.11 I'll separate from consent, and it's a petition to construct sidewalk on both sides of Upton Road. Reported the design and construction engineers attached for the consideration of council, and a motion by councillors Christian and Krampadich. Resolved that the report dated 2015-01-26 be received, and notwithstanding the petition from the residents, that the sidewalk be replaced on the west side of Upton Road only.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Sheehan?
Just a procedural question. So if this is defeated, we'd need another resolution to have that petition ask in play?
Yeah. The motion before us is to accept the engineering report. So that's the one we're currently going to be discussing, debating, and voting on. So if it doesn't go forward, we would need a motion in lieu of that.
And the ward councillors, Councillor Myers and myself, would like to move said motion.
When we get to that point in the agenda, when it's pertinent to do that, if we get there, then that would certainly be accepted.
Okay.
The Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will you be inviting people to come to the podium? Thank you.
So I understand that, Mr. Kent, you're here. You asked for an opportunity to speak. You live on Upton Road. Would you like that opportunity? If you can approach the podium. I would like to, just for the spirit of transparency, for the public to know that I lived on Upton Road for 10 years. I moved from Upton Road last year. I was really hoping that I had some sort of conflict on this I could declare, but I checked with the appropriate channels and I was told, as per my own thoughts, that I didn't actually have a conflict. But I want the community to know that this is a neighborhood I'm familiar with. These folks are certainly folks that I'm familiar with. I lived there from 2004 to 2014. So, Steve, go ahead. Thank you for attending.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we do miss you. We're here this evening to talk about the subject petition, which calls for the reconstruction of Lower Upton Road between Queen and Wellington to include 2 sidewalks and to have all reconstruction occur within the existing footprint of sidewalks and roadway on Upton. Despite very short notice, I'd like to note that there are a few Upton households represented here tonight and ask that they just stand for a moment to be acknowledged. Thank you very much. Upton Road presently has 2 sidewalks and an overall average footprint width of 11.9 meters. The petition asks for a retention of these existing features. On December 11th, City Engineering advised in their open house that they plan to reconstruct Upton with just 1 sidewalk and an overall footprint width of 11.5 meters. This new and narrower footprint is shoved unnecessarily to the west and would encroach an additional 3/4 of a meter into the existing root zones, front yards, driveways, and other landscaping features on the west side of the street. 11 days later, we were able to submit the subject petition and were advised just this past Friday that it was indeed sufficient and would be before Council in 3 days' time. We appreciate the opportunity to offer our comments. Following are some of the many reasons for reconstructing Upton Road as is. Pedestrian safety, especially for the many children and seniors on the street and in the neighborhood. To maintain the unique century-old character of this residential side street and the slum neighborhood in general, which is in large part defined by the narrower roads, double sidewalks, and many trees. In this regard, there are 2 designated heritage homes with frontage on Upton, built in 1902 and 1903, a third located on Kensington Terrace, built in 1865, which is accessible only via Upton, and a 4th recent designation on the south side of Queen Street at the foot of Upton. This street has also recently hosted a few film industry productions, and location managers continue to solicit for upcoming projects requiring this type of vintage neighborhood. Having all the reconstruction occur within the existing footprint width will help to minimize the impact on tree root zones and subsequent tree removal. We know several trees may need to be removed to install lateral services, but let's minimize the impact on the balance of the corridor. Staying within the existing width will also minimize damage to existing driveway structures and landscaping features near the sidewalks, as well as the necessary replacement costs of these features. It'll also maintain driveway depths, which become even more critical during winter months and the winter street parking restrictions. It could save perhaps 12% on the pavement, excavation, and fill costs for the roadway portion of the reconstruction project. And very importantly, keeping within the existing footprint width will continue to help calm traffic on Upton. Our street width, parked vehicles, and potholes have all helped to minimize the number of speeding commuters playing off the traffic density and the lights on Queen and Wellington. Unfortunately, the recent reduction in lanes on Queen Street only seems to have aggravated the situation somewhat further. As noted in your staff report concerning this petition, City Engineering has advised that the construction of 2 sidewalks is possible. However, they would want a total footprint width of 13 meters in accordance with current design standards. Unfortunately, these standards and the design process make no effort to address the sufficiency of what is, or the character and aesthetic of this unique neighborhood within the city. Shoehorning current subdivision standards into a heritage neighborhood is simply not a good fit from either a planning or cultural perspective. We just don't understand why all of a sudden, after 100+ years, City Engineering needs an additional 1.1 meter road width to make Upton Road work. We have 2 sidewalks, parking on both sides, great snow removal, garbage pickup, plenty of school buses, road hockey games, runners, cyclists, and dog walkers. It all works. When McGregor Avenue was constructed in 2003, it was built to the 13.0 meter width which is the standard for the 2 sidewalks that the city engineering wishes to apply to Upton Road. The street was widened, 32 trees greater than 15 inches stump diameter were removed. The historical charm and character of the street was devastated, and it remains barren in appearance even after 12 years. For a second view of this, have a glance at the recent Google Earth imagery, and you'll see just how visible the difference remains between McGregor and Upton today. Since reconstruction, McGregor has developed into a busy thoroughfare for the same Queen to Wellington traffic I referred to above. They installed 2 speed humps to try and calm the traffic, but residents will tell you this hasn't worked. This traffic should have been on Pine or Pym and Church, but the current design standard has helped to make it far more convenient to use McGregor. We have every reason to believe the same could happen to Upton and don't want to miss the opportunity to make the right decisions at the outset. Thank you for the opportunity to share these comments, and on behalf of the 80+% of Upton households that signed this petition, we look forward to your support by helping us to keep Upton Road as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent, you may have a seat. If anybody has a question for you, we can call you back up. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm going to do full disclosure too. I was born on Upton Road, but I did leave when I was 2.5. I think you knew that, Steve. But then I moved to Findlay Street, where Steve also was born and raised and grew up. So you did an excellent job. Thank you. I couldn't have done it better. But I hope you don't run next time. You did a great job. You know what, Council? I know this is hard for you. It's hard for you who don't know the street. Councillor Sheehan and I are both 100% behind this because 80% of the street want it. It's that simple. For us, it's that simple. Obviously, engineering are trying to do their job. I'm going to ask, and you were very articulate, Steve, I'm going to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to our project engineer and design engineer, Carl Rumiel, and he knows I'm going to ask, please tell us why this 1.1 meter is so critically important from your perspective. Not talking about the 2 sidewalks at all. To me, I hope that's a given by council, but it's this 1.1 meter. Please, Mr. Rumiel.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. Aside from the fact that it's a standard platform that we've used on all the downtown streets that we've done in the last 10, 15 years, including McGregor, currently Upton Road enjoys parking on both sides of the road. Free parking on both sides of the road. You know, that's a width that has to be accommodated to accommodate passing vehicles going one in each direction, north and south. Also, I've talked with Public Works extensively about this, and the trend in refuse collection, recycling collection is to move to larger sort of automated vehicles that do this, which require space. So there's the maintenance issues, which maybe Councillor Girardi could speak to if you wish. And aside from that, it's mainly the provincial standard, and it's the geometry that's been used all through the city.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I can continue, Mr. Mayor?
You may.
Other questions? Thank you. I want to ask a question to Mr. McConnell, and he too knows this is coming. As our Director of Planning, Don, I was asking you if, as a city, we have ever taken, the consideration of our heritage areas of our community, such as has been well articulated this evening in this area. Have we done anything in terms of looking at planning principles that move away from the provincial standard that engineering referred to in order to give some guidelines that would be applied in this kind of a situation that are not the cookie cutter? If I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. McConnell.
Mr. McConnell?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, the city deals with heritage through their Municipal Heritage Committee, which is a committee appointed by council and administered by the Community Services Department. They tend to look at, and we as a city tend to look at individual properties. Heritage is a big concern for us, but we haven't looked at it from an area basis. I'm not aware of any studies that have been done that have looked at your question really, which is it appropriate in older areas to consider standards below the provincial recommendations to maintain the character of the area? There may have been work of that type done in other municipalities, but we haven't looked into that.
That's just where I was going to go, if I can continue, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask you about other municipalities. We all know many other areas of Ontario that are unique with beautiful heritage areas. Certainly the City of Toronto has many, but there are many other municipalities that we know have very, unique neighborhoods that are historic in nature, and we know when we drive down those roadways in other municipalities that they are not following a provincial standard, as McGregor manifests to us in an example. So I don't know how to proceed here in terms of, I certainly would ask council to support the petition. That's a given. That's what we're asking tonight, that we will get to with our resolution that my ward mate is ready to put up, should you turn down the report from engineering. But then I don't know procedurally how to go from there in terms of, I think we need to refer this. It's time we did this, that we entertained this idea of looking at other areas of our community that do have a similar challenge. So I don't know, but I guess we'll take one step at a time. Right now, I'm going to ask that we really consider turning down this application, Mr. Mayor, or the engineering report, excuse me.
So you're speaking against the engineering report. That's clear.
I am.
That's clear, Councillor Myers. We have Councillor Bruni, Councillor Sheehan, and then Councillor Butland. So Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess maybe to our legal department, but she's not here, and maybe Mr. Futesi can answer. If we don't follow the provincial standard, is the city at risk if there's an accident or whatever?
So in lieu of legal, to the CAO.
And I'm sure if we waste a little bit more time, Nuala will be in here. But given the circumstances, what you're talking about is not relaxing to the detriment safety-wise. You're talking about expanding. So I don't think you'd have that issue here with respect to this. So I don't think you're leaving yourself wide open, as I understand the proposition from a liability point of view.
Okay.
It's a precedent issue, I think, that has been presented to you. It's a standard that's been set for the province, a standard which has been adopted in just about every other neighborhood, every other street, and every other neighborhood. And the issue is whether or not there's good reason for you to deviate from that on this street. I think that's what the councillors are putting to you.
Okay. I guess another question to Mr. Rummel regarding the tree. Is there quite a few trees going to be removed with this construction? Do we have a head count or?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruni, we have an estimate. We had our design consultant who in this job is WSP engineers. They've taken the city survey and did a best through the different scenarios. Did a best guess at this time. There are things we can do going forward in the spring to sort of pinpoint exactly which trees definitely are going to be impacted by the sewer services. But it looks like right now, if we constructed the road as Mr. Kent has petitioned for, we would lose approximately 7 trees on the west and east side for a total of 14 trees that are going to be definitely impacted by underground services. I could get addresses, I don't have them here. If we did a hybrid version of that and incorporated the full 10 meters back-to-back a curb, the standard, the city standard, we would lose an additional 5 trees on the
way that it's a reduced fee, and you've answered that, and I think that's right. Yeah. And as for the benefit of Mr. Girardi, our commissioner, we can't schedule it. I know councillors ask.
Sidewalk plowing. The sidewalks are not plowed right now. Am I correct? Will they be plowed?
Is that a question to Public Works?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. That question, I guess that situation could change at any time.
All there has to be is a petition by residents in the area to decide that they want to plow the sidewalks, and until we've changed our policy, that's exactly what would happen. We'd have to start plowing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sheehan.
Thank you. Some of the questions have been asked and answered, but I have a few more. And just for a quick prelude, a comment is that the McGregor situation that Stephen talked about happened just before I got on council. And I remember knocking on doors, not only in that neighborhood, but throughout Ward 2. And even the community was talking about, you know, what a shame. It was too bad that we couldn't have maintained it the way it was. So I think there's an opportunity here tonight to try this, to do this. And if this is successful, to then, because we have all the roads in that area on the 5-year capital plan. You know, we have Leo on there, we have Simpson, you know, we have a whole bunch of them, and I'm not going to start listing them all, but just making the point we're doing, as Stephen mentioned, the whole slum area and beyond that. So I think that this is a good opportunity to try and rectify that situation that the community was so upset about before. So I would ask you to defeat it and support my resolution. The other reasons were for the children. There's a huge turnaround of homes there, and a lot of the families, when I was knocking doors this fall, they were telling me the reason why they moved into that area was for the sidewalks, you know, was for the trees, was for the way it was. So that's another reason. Plus the fact that there are many residents that have been there for a very, very long time, and it's what they're used to. And there isn't going to be any ongoing cost savings with snow removal. We've already heard that they do not plan on doing those sidewalks. And so I'm asking you to support the sidewalks and maintaining the same size. One other thing that came to mind too is that the city during the last election used the Zion Lutheran Church as a polling station. A lot of people walked on both sides to and from there, and I'd imagine the provincial government will use it and the provincial government. So for 2 sidewalks for the accessibility and getting to the polling station on one of our most important days is very important. My question now was a little bit of a prelude, but I just wanted to lay that down, is what's the total budget for this particular road? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our Commissioner of Engineering and Planning.
So the total budget cost for the construction of the road?
As it currently is planned.
To engineering? Would you have that number, engineering? Mr. Rumuel?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Sheehan, I don't have the exact number. I think it's in the $2 million range, 1.9. You have it, Jerry? Yeah, so it's not in the getting close to $2 million. Sorry, I just looked through the report. It's not in my report.
Just a supplementary question that I'm leading to, that when the presenter made the comment about using less asphalt and you know, maintaining the design, do we have to go back out and tender it, or do we just work with the new, with the existing construction company that we may have? And the reason why I ask is 2 things are in my mind. Is not only what the presenter was stating, was that with the decrease in the price of oil, and in talking with the construction industry, they've always indicated to us why some of our tenders have been rising because of the rising cost of oil, and the Commissioner of Engineering and Planning has said that. With the decrease in the price of oil, will that be reflected not only on this project, but in the next 5 years? So I'm just trying to get at the point. They're saying to maintain the sidewalk is $80,000. A combination of all those things should result in some savings on this road project and future road projects, in my mind.
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Sheehan, nothing has gone to tender yet. We don't have actual prices. These are all estimates.
From before, when the oil prices were higher?
From the early on in the previous 5-year capital plan. Yeah. But we pay, there's a index adjustment for asphalt and the petroleum component of it, so that at the end of a project we either pay more or less based on what the rack price actually is. So there's no risk in being stuck with numbers from previous year or anything like that.
So potentially this project could be less. Just making that point. Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It could be much less. It could be more.
Councillor, you finished, Councillor Sheehan?
Thank you.
Councillor Butland?
Yes, it has been suggested to me in the past that traffic on these streets, McGregor and et cetera, the traffic, once the hospital moved, the traffic count was down. And any truth to that, Mr. Girardi, or it's not fair to ask you, I guess, right
Sure,
now?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, I'm sure down in that area right now with the hospital not there, that there has been a decrease, but we haven't done a study yet. We're still waiting to see what settles in at the hospital and when the construction is finished in that area.
Okay. To Mr. Ramil, for follow-up to Councillor Sheehan's questioning, is there cost savings by going with the present plan that you are putting on the table as opposed to the residents' plan? Is there a difference in costing?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, my report actually recommends having just one sidewalk. I know we've kind of deviated away from that, and we've been talking about one on each side. But yeah, if we did what the engineering has recommended, one sidewalk on the east side, it would be, or west side, I can't recall, it would be about $80,000 cheaper for the concrete sidewalk.
Okay. And by the way, Mr. Kent, a fabulous presentation, and really grabbed me when you talked about shoehorning new standards into a heritage area. I'm kind of torn on this one, I have to say, a little bit both ways, and now I'm going to the trees. I read on a regular basis that there's new technology and you don't have to cut down the trees in order to maintain them despite what you might do to the roadway. Is there something that we are entertaining to hopefully retain trees where we have to put new construction?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, we take it to the nth level to save trees before construction. The last thing we do before we definitely mark a tree with an X on it that has to be cut down is we'll get Public Works to put their sonar in the house, clean out in the house, and actually paint on the front lawn where the lateral goes. I mean, we have saved a few in the past where our records have shown to be a bit off. There's no magic way to make a sewer connection at the property line under a tree without cutting it down. So that's the main reason what we're going to be having to cut trees down. As you can see, the numbers I said would be 14 total. Those are because of conflicts with the sewers at the property line. There'd be an additional 5 for that added 1.1 or 1.3 meter width.
And
if we did the one sidewalk, the impact for trees would be the exact same as his proposal. It'd be 7 on each side.
Okay. Age of the trees, I suspect, like the neighborhood, they're getting older. What's the lifespan of these trees?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you'd be able to speak to that.
A lot of these questions are unfair, but they're coming to mind. So our policy presently is one sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
All right. And the last time we did this, the dual sidewalk was on Greta Street. And one of the issues I do take exception to is children, the safety of children, and the biggest danger to children with lack of sidewalks is in winter. So 5 or 6 months of the year, there is no sidewalk available. At any rate, as I say, I'm having difficulty with this one.
Councillor Christian.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bruni asked my question, but I'll reserve comment for later.
Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go back to the trees again. Mr. Brunel, you mentioned that we could lose 14 trees with one proposal and an additional 5. How does that relate to other streets that we would more, let's say, per meter of reconstruction, or is it pretty relative for full reconstruction to lose that amount of trees?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, I think in that area, it's not that bad actually compared to what was lost on Kohler and McGregor. And that's not to say that there would be some root damage and maybe more. Generally, on a younger area where the trees aren't as mature, that would be a consistent number, like 14 to 15 trees cut down due to sewer services. But
so I'm thinking more in terms of other older areas like Heritage, mind you, the John Street reconstruction, which I do recall we lost a number of trees. Wellington Street, Spanish Street. What are the numbers? I hope this is not an unfair question. I'm trying to relate that this is not an abnormal amount of trees to be lost in reconstruction. It happens. It's a negative part of reconstructing streets.
I don't think it's an abnormal amount. On John Street, you had other obstacles. The lots were very narrow, so basically if there was a big tree in the front, it was probably over top of the lateral, of the sewer lateral. In that area, McGregor, Kohler, we did some work on Woodward last year, up on top of the hill on Bourne Avenue. I mean, there was comparable amount of trees cut down. We've taken a few more, taking it a bit further and really taking those last steps to try to make sure that we were only cutting down absolutely the bare minimum. We've done a better job of that in the last 5 to 10 years probably.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. One other question, if I may, and I understand the mic isn't working, but as far as the two sidewalks, my understanding, the report says that neither sidewalk presently is being plowed in the winter. We're talking about safety, we're talking about children using sidewalks, and if ever we want, the requests usually come for sidewalk plowing in the winter because it relates to safety. Did I miss something, or is there another petition coming to have these sidewalks plowed? If we're not plowing them in the winter, what is the use of having two sidewalks? I'm really confused on that point. I don't know.
Yeah. Who are you directing that question to, Councillor Nero?
Yeah, right now, who can answer?
Yeah. Would Mr. Kent like to answer the question? I guess the question is that the sidewalks aren't being plowed as it is. If it's a safety concern in the winter, it'd be the most relevant time to plow, to make sure the sidewalks were clear.
I forgot to add that to the petition, quite honestly.
Yeah, there you go.
We have a ton of additional summer traffic in the neighborhood due primarily to Victoria Park. A lot of kids during the 2 months of the off-season are in the neighborhood cycling and walking to and from Victoria Park. And they could live 5-6 streets away. A lot of them are down on Queen coming up for some time at the park.
So the answer to your question, Councillor Nero, is the traffic's a lot heavier in the summer due to the neighborhood park. Councillor Shoemaker, did you have any questions?
It was more of a comment, and Mr. Rumio touched on it, the fact that we've sort of gotten away from discussing his recommendation, which is to only have one sidewalk. I think it's important to follow staff's direction here. I sympathize. I deeply sympathize with the residents. I think losing a sidewalk would be a major blow, but Councillor Meyer said 80% of the residents support putting two sidewalks back. I think you could go down any street and 80% of the residents would support putting two sidewalks in. And I realize this neighborhood is unique because it already has two, but in order to achieve that width, without having to take out an additional 5 trees, I think the one sidewalk is unfortunately the only alternative, and I think sadly it's the option that we should choose in this scenario. But I do agree with Councillor Butlin. Tough decision on this, but I think we have to go with staff on this one. If we keep deviating from the general policy, which is one sidewalk on each side, where does it end? It's a slippery slope.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. In response to that, just if I'm correct, and when McGregor was redone, were we dealing with the current standards that we're currently dealing with? Do you recall? This is a question to either Carl or to you, Jerry. So when McGregor was redone, I think it was redone with 2 sidewalks, was it not? And that was at the request of the neighbors at that time?
Mr. Mayor, I think the other idea is that the design of the sidewalk, usually you have a sort of a bit of a boulevard. This goes right to the curb. So in order to have the sidewalk in place and meet a standard, the sidewalk had to go touch right to the curb.
I understand.
Having both sides.
So I guess that's an example of what happens when we don't kind of follow the consistent standard. Now we're going to have an old neighborhood with one new street with 2 sidewalks, potentially one street with 1 sidewalk, and then how are we going to proceed with the rest of the neighborhood as it continues? Are there any further comments or questions on this? It's a matter. Go ahead, sorry, I think we'll just go to Public Works here.
Through Mr. Mayor to Council, one thing to keep in mind that if at one, because there has been talk about cleaning a sidewalk. This is curb faced. If we ever had to clean the sidewalk without a boulevard, it's going to narrow the road because the only place we'd be able to store snow is on the road. So I just want everybody to have that perspective when they're looking at this. If the intention down the road is to have the sidewalks cleaned, you're going to now narrow the road and make it more of a safety issue.
Councillor Myers?
I think Councillor Romano had his hand up before me, but he put it down again, so I just don't want to usurp if I'm...
Well, you can continue, then we'll go to Councillor Romano.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because mine was comments. I didn't know if that was still questions. I just want to recap, because the report in front of us is simply to say 1 sidewalk and 1.1 meter wider. I'm not at all convinced, apart from the fact that I am a ward councillor, I can tell you that if this was not my ward, I would still have a real issue around being convinced about doing this for 1.1 meter. Any one of us who live in a home and in a neighborhood, and I'm in a condo now, but obviously I have lived in neighborhoods, when I buy a home and there's 2 sidewalks on that street and I'm paying my taxes and the city comes along and says, well, we have a new policy and it's now going to be 1 sidewalk everywhere, I really don't even feel that's fair. Are you going to reduce my taxes now and you've taken away one of my features? I don't think so. I totally support our policy on new streets, new subdivisions, because then it's my choice whether I buy on that street and have 1 sidewalk only. So I really feel that there's a moral issue here for us as a council to, and they need to be looked at one-off. They can't be cookie cutter. Just because we have a policy, folks, doesn't mean you can't look at these things on a case-by-case basis. And I rue the day that we do it that way and don't look at, and we struggle with this with planning all the time. And this isn't even planning, this is engineering. But I think it's a real issue in our community, a community like Sault Ste. Marie with the heritage that we have. This area happens to be the heart of our heritage area. We delivered, Councillor Sheehan and I, 100-year certificates to a number of homes. I think there were 300 and some homes that we delivered during Celebrate 100 Year. Guess what? Many of them were on this street. Many of them were on what's called the slum, Simpson, Leo, Upton, McGregor. That's where the SLUM acronym comes from, by the way. And, this is a heritage area. It's not a brand new subdivision. It's an area that needs to be preserved by all of us, not just the ward councillors, folks. From the financial point of view, Councillor Sheehan brought up a really good point. We don't know. So $80,000 on a $2 million project, this is like, trust me, it's not going to affect the levy. It's part of a big budget and it will be covered off. There's local improvement fees involved too. And the whole issue, every time I hear somebody say that the provincial standard is such, it just makes the hair on the back of my neck go up. We are not being, the dog being wagged by the tail here. We are Sault Ste. Marie. We are naturally gifted. We are a beautiful community. We have to take these things case by case. Please don't be dissuaded by the fact that there's a provincial standard. Think about this neighborhood yourself. Many of you have probably been down in that area. It's a very park-like area that does back onto Victoria Park. So please turn down this engineering report and let Councillor Sheehan and I bring forward the other resolution. Thank you.
We're going to go to Councillor Romano because he hasn't had a chance to speak yet. And go ahead, Councillor Romano.
Thank you. Councillor Myers actually, similar words. My comment was going to be, I really have some concern about the buyers on that street purchased this, and now we want to reduce that. And I do take some concern with that, and I'll leave it at that. I must say, though, I really am torn on this. I'm undecided because in the face of what those particular residents bargained for and what they received, and now we want to reduce that, you know, that's a balancing, it's an issue of balancing that with the issue of efficiency and consistency with what we've done. And I'll be honest, I'm very torn. I see both as being very important concerns, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, we're going to end off with Councillor Christian and Councillor Sheehan, and then we'll kind of assess where we're at and go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the comments made by all of Council, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Myers, etc. I mean, they're very good points, and you can see the arguments on both sides. I don't have as much of an issue with this because I've had the opportunity to travel to different communities, albeit some in Southern Ontario, but in particular St. Augustine, Florida, and Madison, Wisconsin. And I could tell you that there are many heritage streets in those communities, and not only have they maintained them, they're actually part of their economic activity. They're part of tourism, etc. And I think we'd be making a huge mistake if we change that street. I understand why operationally we want to go down on one sidewalk, etc., etc. But this is a unique area. It is part of our heritage. I would love to see that street remain exactly the way it is. I'd like to see the before picture and an after picture, and the closer that we can make that after picture look like the before picture, I think that's what we should be shooting for. Yes, single sidewalks on new developments, absolutely. It's a pragmatic way to do things, I get it. But this is a beautiful street, and I see what happened to McGregor. McGregor's still a lovely street, but clearly there was some big changes there. This street is pristine. It's a beautiful area to live and visit. I would like to see it remain as close as possible to the way it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sheehan, you were the last on my list
Thank you.
here.
Great discussion this evening. One of the things that I wanted to point out that I hadn't spoken about before in my closing comments was that in discussion with some of the neighbors, we started talking about, you know, what they valued and what they enjoyed, and it was pointed out that they felt that their property values would remain positive, that there might be an issue that the property values would decrease even in a short period of time. So making that point about maintaining the current property value or it being increased means more assessment, which means more tax base, which means more revenue for the city. Just putting that on the table, including the trees. The more trees that we can save, there is a great correlation to those beautiful old trees and those property values on those streets. And that's why I brought forward with my seconder, with my ward mate, about a tree bylaw. That's coming. And I would ask staff to redouble their efforts on getting that back to us. That was just prior to the election and the turnover. So I would like to see that expedited for the future development in this city. The last point that I wanted to make was that there's also, this is democracy in action. Was mentioned about 80% on a survey. Very rarely do you get 80% of anything in democracy. But it is over 80% that the people on the street want. This is democracy in action. This is why we're all here. A big statement has been made by that community on that street. And that's why we have that process there. That's why we have these petitions, so that we can test the will of the people. And the people have spoken. Perhaps on other streets, they may turn it down, whatever that is. But that is democracy. So tonight I ask you to support democracy, turn this down, and vote with the people. Thank you.
Ken, despite my efforts to wrap this up, Councillor Shoemaker, you had indicated you wanted to make a comment.
Clarification I'd like from Mr. Rumiel. And it may have already been said and I missed it, but if we stay with the current standard of road width and sidewalks on both streets, do we still lose 14 trees?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, so if we went with the wider platform road and
no, stay with the current width.
I think that's when we lose 14 trees.
Yeah, 14 trees would be, that's the estimate right now. That's what it looks like due to the sewer connections with the petition width of road platform, sidewalk and road.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had a pretty extensive conversation about this. The motion before us is to the motion's in favor of the engineering report and to proceed with the construction in accord with the engineering report. So we understand by Councillors Myers and Sheehan that they will have a motion to table if this motion fails. I think before we proceed with this motion, it'd be good to give Council a sense of the motion that you intend on tabling if this motion fails. Either of you?
It will be just to reconstruct Upton Road as per the petition ask, to the current levels that it is at. They just want what they have. So just the current standard, if you will.
And to be clear, the petition was twofold. The petition was that the Upton Road would be reconstructed to its current dimensions with two sidewalks. Is that a correct articulation of that petition, Mr. Kent? We're just looking for a yes or no here.
I don't want to dance around the standards of the sidewalks because they are two curb-facing sidewalks, unlike what we have right now, which is just pavement up to the edge of concrete without curbs. So we're looking for the proposed or the recommended or the standard sidewalks and a narrow roadway, all to fit within the existing footprint.
Okay. Yes, engineering. Go ahead, Carl.
Mr. Mayor, just clarification. I'm assuming end curb.
Okay, so if there are no more questions or comments on this, we can have the clerk read the motion, be sure that we all understand what motion is being voted on here. Sure.
Motion by Councillors Christian and Krompotich, resolve that the report of the design and construction engineer be received, and notwithstanding the petition from the residents that the sidewalk be replaced on the west side of Upton Road only. Recorded vote has been asked for. Councillor Turco?
Against.
Councillor Sheehan?
Against.
Councillor Bruni?
Against.
Councillor Christian?
Against.
Councillor Hoopanen?
Against.
Councillor Romano?
Councillor Romano?
Against.
Councillor Shoemaker?
For.
Councillor Nero? For. Councillor Krompotich? Against. Councillor Myers?
Against.
Councillor Butland?
Against.
Mayor Provenzano?
Against.
Motion fails.
Yeah. So we'll have to. I'm not sure if he is.
I can, I think.
Yeah, let's
I'll
stand
do it
that matter
later
down
on.
and continue with our agenda.
Okay.
Take it. Yeah. We're finished with that. There'll be another motion before us on how to proceed from here, but we're going to proceed with our agenda while that's being worked on.
The next agenda item was the clerk's department presentation. Rachel Jasinski has had to go to another meeting. I see Frank Kochmilio is going to run the presentation for me.
You know what, folks, I just checked with the CEO. It's my feeling that this matter should likely go back to engineering from here. I don't want to draft a motion on the floor here that council puts forward and puts engineering in a position where they're doing something they can't do. So this matter's complete for the day, and when we've had a chance to discuss it, we'll put it over on the next agenda or the one after that as soon as we can. Thank you.
Okay, Council, I think we're ready to proceed. City Clerk's Department, personnel, we have our non-union side here tonight. Myself, Rachel Dzinski, as I mentioned, has had to leave for another meeting. Lori Ballstat is here and gave you the website presentation. We have a number of other staff, both in our main office and our office services section, which is our in-house printing and copying. And we have temporary staff with elections work and summer students. Overview, Clerk's Department, the main functions, Corporate Secretary to Council and Council Meeting Administration, Records Management, Administration of Municipal Elections, Public and Media Relations and Communications, Official Civic Receptions, Vital Statistics, Information Manual, Municipal Handbook, Corporate Affairs, Office Services, and coordinating the strategic plan and quality improvement areas. Our Secretary to Council function, that's, as you all know, preparation of council agendas and minutes, clerk's duties at council meetings, administrative follow-up to the meetings, and clerical support to council. Now that we're in the days of computer and digital savvy counselors, we don't do a whole lot of that. There's a couple still around that require. Records management, safekeeping of official municipal records, indexing of bylaws, agreements, deeds, and contracts, and administration of the records retention bylaw corporately. Administration of municipal elections, as you're all aware, we conduct them in accordance with the Municipal Elections Act 1996 every 4 years, and our next election date will be October 22nd, 2018. Yes. Public relations, we are the official point of municipal correspondence, media inquiries, and inquiries for municipal information and records, which actually takes up a fair amount of staff time. Official civic receptions, we coordinate the official civic receptions, 25-year service and retirement receptions, council-related gatherings, and special council-related award ceremonies. In the vital statistics area, we issue marriage licenses. We do death registrations on behalf of the Registrar General, and administration of municipal cemetery business transactions, which is another area of significant involvement for us. General municipal reference, information manual, municipal handbook, and official city map. Corporate affairs area, media and community relations, internal, external communications, corporate image and corporate identity policies. The office services areas provides the following to all city departments: mail delivery, courier service to outside departments, photocopying and printing, stationery stores, and other related services with an in-house print shop. Corporate strategic plan, quality improvement program. We're responsible for coordinating the corporate strategic plan. As you're aware, there's a report on that on your agenda tonight. Managing the quality improvement program. Our budget for 2014, those figures, the elections budget, just so you know, that was our budget to operate the election. In non-election years, we put an amount of $60,000 to reserve. Which so that in an election year we do have reserve money, so we aren't really spending more in an election year. Those are your, as you can see, what our other amounts are, and I'm available for any questions that you have.
Go ahead, Councillor Butland.
Just one question, Mr. White. I know we're the dinosaur of the election scene in Ontario, but I think it's proved it to be good for Sault Ste. Marie. We have no hitches, and the count comes out as quickly as anywhere else, but are you considering in your department to move forward or retain elections as they have been held in the past?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Buttonham. Elections, just by their nature, occurring every 4 years, we always review a couple of years prior to where technology seems to be going and taking us, and we'll do the same in 2018. Yes, we are the only city our size or bigger that was still doing a paper ballot manual count system. It does work for us. We had enough staff that we could hire throughout the community to do it that way. When we look at other communities that do online voting or vote tabulation electronically, those are technologies you can use. They come with a price. We don't have final figures from our other northern communities that we all always compare ourselves, but I can tell you our final tab for the last election was somewhere in the $225,000 mark. I understand Sudbury, which used, obviously they're a bigger community, more eligible electors, but with their technology costs, they're up around $770,000 to $800,000 for their election. So that there is a premium you have to pay. I think with our community's demographic, things like online voting aren't as necessarily important as offering other technological means to assist people to cast their vote. And probably that's where we'll be looking at in 4 years.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, too, was going to be around the elections, and it was partly that one. But now with our new website, too, I imagine there may be some opportunities from the accessibility point of view and so on, too. But one of the questions that seemed to come up, I found talking to people this year, was more around the advanced polls. And is that a costly undertaking to do more advanced polls, to do them in other sites other than City Hall? I think City Hall is a great site. It's totally accessible and so on. But it was brought up to me as a suggestion, for example, if we really wanted to get our voter turnout increased, doing something at, say, a Greyhound game. I'm just saying, I don't Google myself, so I don't know. But, you know, is there a real big cost attached to expanding the number of advanced polls or places where people could go and vote on voting day?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, I mean, there's a certain amount of cost when you increase the amount of advance voting. We did look at this year, and we will look at for 2018 the possibility of holding advance polling in different areas of the city, certainly the different malls in the area, because you have 4 malls basically in 4 major areas of the city. We can look at that. One of the difficulties you run into is being able to offer the appropriate level of accessible services, because with advance voting, we are trying to obviously make voting more or easier for your average voter, but we're also trying to provide more specialized services for the population that requires more accessible technology, and sometimes that's difficult to do across a lot of different areas. One thing I can add is you'll have a federal and a provincial election between now and the next municipal election. We're always interested to see what they do. Up until now, they've been a paper ballot manual count in Sault Ste. Marie. If they go to a different way of doing things, obviously that'll be of more interest to us.
Just on that note, can I ask that, you know, I think our advanced polls, we were up a little bit in our turnout on the advanced polls. I know we're down overall, but it seems that people want to perhaps have more options maybe on advance.
We were up on this year's advance voting. I think it's a bit of a mug's game to figure out exactly why that happens. I think there's a whole lot of variables that can affect advance voting. Weather, for instance, is one. If it's a nice sunny day,
For sure.
you get a lot more people.
I guess the last thing, Mr. Mayor, if I can, I'll just make a comment that I think for council, our clerk's office and the operation of the clerk's office is probably one of the departments that we are personally closest to. I mean, we're affected by many of the other departments, obviously engineering, as we just saw, and so on, but in terms of who we work with, and I think we have a really outstanding staff, and I know I bug them probably more than Mr. Butland, or maybe about the same. But we really have a great staff. So thank you, Malcolm, for what you and your team do for us as council.
Thank you. Any other questions for the clerk? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, Council, we'll move to item 6.6. I believe it is GIS contract renewal. We'll separate that out from consent. Paul Beach from the Innovation Center is present in case there's any questions, along with Frank Cochimilio. It's a report of the Manager of Information Technology attached for the consideration of Council. Council, this is a bylaw item, so it will be approved with the bylaws when we do that. However, this would be the time to ask questions and provide comment.
Councillor Butland.
Brief comments. Thanks, Mr. Beach, for being here. And what a change over the past 10 years or so. I'd always have to go on the defense, anything dealing with the Innovation Center, and now there are no questions, which I guess suggests that everybody's very, very happy with its efforts, and the GIS component in particular. The city partners with the PUC. It's the only kind of shared partnership in the province of Ontario, and I can go on. There is nothing that City Hall does that the GIS component doesn't touch, and the proof is in the pudding. It has been adjudged the best public GIS system in Ontario in 2003, 2006, 2009, 2012. You can only win every 3 years, so we anticipate winning this year. This is the best GIS service in the province of Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Mr. Cochimilio, regarding the 2015 budget and then 2016, there's a drop of approximately close to $11,000. And then 2017, it goes up to 436. Why the drop in 2016?
I think I'll pass it on to Paul to answer.
Okay, thanks. Hello, Mr. Beach.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. There are some software and hardware expenses that come every 5 years, and they are occurring this year. So we actually, the way the contract works, they're based on the costs as they're happening. So the cost is, some of the costs are this year, the first year of the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for either Mr. Beach or Mr. Cochimilio? Mr. Shoemaker, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. This is a question maybe the Commissioner of Finance could answer. The amount of the contract, is this in addition to the yearly amount that we give to the Innovation Center as base funding?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Shoemaker, yes, it is. We annually have given, under the economic development area, about $277,890 to the Innovation Center relating to economic development, but it is separate from this GIS contract.
Thank you.
Was that sufficient, Councillor Shoemaker? Are any more questions on this issue? No? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, Mr. Beach. Thank you, Mr. Cochimilio.
Council, Tom Dodds is present.
I believe. Or Dan.
He is. He's in the hallway.
And Tom is here with item 6.1.3, SR Steel Algoma. Request for funding. Motion by Councillors Christian and Romano. Resolve that correspondence from SR Steel Algoma dated 9 January 2015 be received and referred to the Sault Ste. Marie Economic Development Corporation for review and report back to Council as it relates to the Economic Diversification Fund.
So you have a conflict, Councillor Bruni? Yes, I have a daughter. Okay. So, as you're all aware, I received a correspondence from SR outlining a specific ask, and this motion is just a matter of referring that correspondence to the EDC, so it goes through the proper channels. The EDC will do a report on that and report back to us. But since Mr. Dodds is here tonight, if any of you had any questions, you would be able to ask him those questions. He knows, I think, a little more at this point than he's reviewed the correspondence. We've had some discussions about it, and we'll have to kind of chaperone that request through the proper stages, and it'll be back here for a decision at some point. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, probably maybe to our Commissioner of Finance or Mr. Dodds. On the Economic Diversification Fund, we have a balance of, I don't know what the balance is, but we have an annual amount of $500,000 that is put into that fund. And this request, I think, is for $1 million, something like that. It's around $1 million, or it was $1 million even.
It's $1 million even.
$1 million. So my question I'm looking at both of you, but would this monies be expended over, say, 3 years or something, as we've done with other asks in the community, as opposed to wiping out our fund for the next couple of years?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, yes, the annual allocation is $500,000 a year. So if it did meet the criteria, I would think he would put it over a number of years.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I had hoped.
Councillor Sheehan.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for Mr. Dodds. I'm glad that he is here. And the first question, I guess, would be the timelines. In particular, do we know when SR Steel is planning on getting this project up and running, and then working back when the report might come back to council?
Mr. Dodd, so the first question, I think, is what do the timelines look like on this project? You know, I think SR's, as I understand it, underway on the project in any event. They have some funding requests out to the federal and provincial partners, and it's working through those channels. So the project, I don't think the timing of the project isn't contingent upon this ask, but Mr. Dodds, how long will this take to get through the system and back to council?
Mr. Mayor, to I guess yourself and the councillor, I guess I'd say a couple things. I think they would be grateful to have it processed as quickly as possible. I've already, following conversations that we've had with SR and yourself and city staff, we want to move it forward, and we've assigned staff to do that. I think it's also important to look at this in a broader context, and frankly, we've been fortunate that people have become aware of this and have already sent comments and offering up different ideas. So I think when we come back to council, you know, we'll look at it in a broad context, not only with respect to the role of the EDF, but you know, the significance of this project relative to other options there might be as well.
Thank you.
Just a supplementary on that one. So the regular process for something coming from the EDC is that the Economic Development Corporation's board makes a recommendation for or against. Will this happen, Mr. Dodds, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Dodds?
Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have a board meeting that's scheduled for February 9th. And we're endeavoring to have the board review the proposal in that time frame.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
In our discussions with SR, they were hopeful that this would happen earlier because they're of the belief that a positive recommendation from the EDC and a positive decision from council will help them in their applications to the provincial and federal government. So they're asking that we deal with this in a timely fashion.
Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if Mr. Fratesi, if I might, if you can elaborate on that point. They're looking for financial support from the city of Sault Ste. Marie in order to make application to the provincial government. Did I?
No, they will be making application to the federal and provincial government. We're talking about projects that are in excess of $100 million for the blast furnace, and they're hoping that the $1 million ask of the city will be a sure sign to the senior levels of government that we're supportive. They're not asking for us to be part of any formula, but to show tangible support as they move forward.
Okay, a couple of questions here, and I don't want to be the fly in the ointment, but I have to ask. Is this going to be the trend now with for-profit businesses where they need some kind of financial vote from a particular city in order to access certain projects and funding, et cetera? That's a question to Mr. Dodds, if I could.
Mr. Dodds, go ahead. Before you do, just a clarification. Your report, I imagine, would address the distinction between a request from a private agency and a request from a public agency and canvass those dynamics. Am I correct in that respect?
Mr. Mayor, the answer is yes in that, and I think that, this is my opinion on this particular point, we've had an ask specifically to the city. We need to look at this in the broadest of contexts. There are maybe other possibilities and options. Clearly, EDF is one that all can easily identify, but I think that in fairness to council and in board, at least from a staff perspective, we're going to present a number of options and considerations. But I'd have to agree with the CAO that these, having been on the other side of the sort of table, so to speak, in receiving these applications from the federal and provincial government, it is very important to have municipal support. And I think that that kind of contribution that's been suggested is not unusual. Now, the mechanics of that contribution and whether this is the right one in the right framework, that's something that we're going to have to entertain as a board. I'm sure my chair would say the same thing, and look at what we think is an appropriate recommendation. We're looking at it in the EDF context, but again, I've got a board of business people that will probably present all sorts of ideas in that respect.
And I think, Councillor Christian, for the sake of tonight's meeting, I expect we're going to get into very fulsome discussion and debate when this comes forward about the merits of participating in private sector companies and public sector companies.
I concur, and I was just about to say that perhaps I'll hold off on my questions and comments and let this thing take its natural course so that we have something to actually sink our teeth into.
Yeah, so the request has been made and it's being put through the proper channels and it's going to get back to us and we'll ultimately make a decision on that.
Sure.
So, Councillor Butland.
Councillor Christian, I'm certainly probably a reluctant participant, but let's let the process unfold. Are we suggesting the next meeting it will be before us?
It's on the, well, I don't want to put timelines in the EDC. I mean, they have a board meeting. He said February 9th, and we have our meeting following that is that night. Yeah,
that night.
So it might be before us on February 9th. It might be before us on February 24th. So February 23rd.
And Mr. Mayor, on that point, I will endeavor to move it. We appreciate that it's a big ask. We appreciate the importance of it to the community and to SR, and we'll move it as quickly as we can. But I am going to give myself that modest envelope room, because I don't know what the outcomes of that review that will be. Sure. I would like it to be February 9th, but there may be some other considerations that I'm not aware of. So we'll work as quickly as we can, and we'll advise the board of same.
Let's make sure we're thorough as opposed to hasty. So. Yeah. Okay, so any other comments or questions of Mr. Dodds on that? If not, we can move on to the next item on our agenda. So with that, Mr. Clerk, we'll move on.
Takes us back to presentations and preliminary budget 2015. Shelley Shell, Manager of Finance and Audits, is here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and staff. Tonight I'll be presenting a brief overview of the preliminary budget. The full budget details are provided with tonight's agenda and will also be included on the city's website. The budget process begins in August when the employee complement is confirmed by the departments. Once reviewed, the Finance Department will calculate all salaries and applicable benefits and provide the cost to the departments on their budget input worksheets. Note that union contracts are expired for 2015 and thus were all shown with a 0% increase. By mid-October, departments submit their budgets for non-salary items as well as any capital from current and operating increase requests. Departments are required to maintain the same global budget aside from salaries and benefits for their submissions. Finance reviews the submissions and any operating increase requests that are required for maintaining service levels. Finance will then calculate and make any adjustments required for contract increases, council resolutions, and maintenance of services. By December, the preliminary budget is ready for review and comment by departments and then is presented to council in late January. When reviewing budgetary increases, Finance will review inflation indicators to help provide a benchmark. The Bank of Canada Monetary Policy Report from October 2014 showed inflation in Canada close to 2% target. CPI increase for November 2013 to November 2014 for Ontario was 2.4%. Since that time, there's been a dramatic drop in oil prices, and there is considerable uncertainty in forecasting oil prices into the next year. The indicators shown are the Bank of Canada's inflation target and core CPI. On January 21st, 2015, the Bank of Canada released their January 2015 Monetary Policy Report. Quoting from this report, CPI inflation is now predicted to be temporarily below the inflation control range during 2015 because of weaker energy prices, and to move back up to the target in 2016. Underlying inflation will ease in the near term, but gradually return to 2% over the projection horizon, which is to 2016. The decrease in CPI inflation is due mainly to the drop in oil prices. The type of goods and services consumed by the city are not as heavily influenced by the decrease in oil, and thus our inflation level will not directly correlate with CPI. Taking this into account, as well as the actual CPI and the Bank of Canada forecast, a benchmark in the range of 1.5 to 2% is reasonable. The municipality provides a vast array of services. The 2015 budget, as presented, maintains the service level the same as the previous year. In order to maintain this level, a 1.4% levy increase is required. This is below the benchmark range we just discussed of 1.5 to 2%. To provide an accurate comparison, this increase is based upon the 2014 levy before any surplus was applied for levy reduction. Some examples of major changes that affect the cost of maintaining services are shown. One of the biggest increases experienced for 2015 is the streetlight operating costs. The maintenance of streetlights is contracted to the PUC. Previous to 2014, all capital, which is pole replacements mainly, were amortized over 20 years, and thus the cost was spread out. This practice was discontinued, and the remaining amortized capital is being paid over the next 10 years, as well as the current year capital being paid in the current year. This accounts for a portion of the increase in street lighting. The budget provided by the PUC for 2015 is $216,300 higher than 2014. $125,000 of this is for an asset management plan for the streetlight system, and the deteriorated poles budget was increased by $100,000 to a cost of $187,000 for 2015. Electricity costs are being increased by $225,000, and this is partially due to a low 2014 estimate and a rate increase for 2015. The next item is the change in our insurance premiums. In 2014, Council was informed of this change, and included was an increase of 50% to our insurance deductible. The estimated annual increase due to this change is about $100,000. And then the other item is, as in previous years, the annual capital from current allocation is recommended to be increased to $100,000. Maintaining services isn't always an increase. There is also several savings that should be highlighted. The municipal daycares are shown as an interim decrease of almost $380,000. Knowing the cost of full fee spaces being paid from the tax base was increasing, the department took steps to minimize the effect. Additional net revenue is added for day camps that were started in 2014. Also, several management positions were not replaced through attrition, and Nick Apostle alluded to those earlier. It should be cautioned, though, that a further review needs to be done, and we don't know whether this service level can be maintained. In August of 2014, Council received a report in regards to our cell phone service provider and the savings that they offered to us. Our budget has been decreased by $71,300 in total based on these savings. The last item is a neutral item. The PWT fuel usage budget is lower than what is required based upon a 4-year trend. This is the number of liters that they require to operate their equipment. At 2014 fuel prices, we would be looking at an increase of approximately $200,000. With the current pricing, the required increase was significantly less, and the budget was therefore not increased. The usage and price will be reviewed throughout the year and evaluated once again in 2016 for budgetary changes. The 1.4% increase required to maintain services is the net of revenue decrease and expenditure increase. Total expenditures for 2015 is $185.6 million, as compared to $184.2 in 2014, or a 0.74% increase year over year. As a percentage of the increase, it accounts for 1.3% of the 1.4 total increase in the levy. As a service organization, it's not surprising that salaries and benefits account for almost half of the total expenditures. Transfers to reserves and capital account for 15.1%. These transfers are for items such as capital road funding and equipment purchases required to maintain our assets. The DSAB levy is 9%. It is currently reflected at the 2014 level until the DSAB board approves their budget. This graph depicts the levy by cost center. Public Works and Transportation is the largest levy cost. It includes all of PWT operations, such as winter control and roadwork, waste management, which includes curbside collection and recycling, as well as landfill operations, transit operations, parks, and cemetery operations. They employ 324 full-time employees, or 35% of all city employees. They account for 24% of the total levy. By far, they are our largest service provider. The next largest cost center is police services. They employ 185 full-time employees, or 20% of the city workforce. Our emergency services, which is police and fire combined, account for almost 30% of the total levy and 45% of the total salary and benefits of the corporation. The third largest is social services, with the levy cost being mostly 100% of the DSAB levy. And community services, as you can see, is the lowest levy cost. The main sources of revenue to offset expenditures are fees and user charges and grants and subsidies. Other revenue includes such items as investment income and contributions from reserves or reserve funds. At the last council meeting, the user fees and charges increases were approved, and they're reflected in the preliminary budget as presented tonight. Changes to usage are also reflected in the user fees as more or less individuals utilize the specific services. Changes to our main grant source, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, will be discussed later. As you can see, over half of the funding for city services comes from property taxes. If you refer to the corporate summary in the summary section of your binder, or it's actually online now, you'll see the total expenses for 2015 are $185.6 million. Other revenue sources, such as user fees and government grants, are deducted from the expenses to arrive at the municipal levy. The levy is $104.3 million for the preliminary base budget, which is an increase of $4.6 million over 2014. The $4.6 million increase in the budget equates to a levy increase of 4.6%. In order to better understand the increase, let's look at the main components. As discussed in previous slides, maintaining services accounts for 1.4% increase. Again, less than the 1.5 to 2% benchmark range discussed at the beginning of the presentation. The balance of the levy increase of 4.6 is due to two other factors, both of which are not controllable by city departments. The first is a $1 million decrease in the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. This accounts for a 1% increase in the city levy. The total provincial envelope continues to decrease. In 2015, the province decreased the fund by $35 million to a total fund of $515 million. This is a 6.4% province-wide decrease. Our municipality experienced a 5.8% decrease, slightly less than the province-wide. Part of the provincial decrease is due to uploaded services from the municipality to the province. In 2015, an additional $148,535 was uploaded for court security and prisoner transportation costs and is accounted for as a decrease in the police services budget under maintaining services. Ontario Works phased-in upload of benefits will reflect in the DSAB levy when we receive it. If the province continues with its fiscal plan, an additional cut of $15 million should be expected for 2016, or approximately $475,000 for the city. This factor, again, is not controllable by us. The last factor is $2.2 million of surplus that was used for levy reduction in 2014. The preliminary budget does not reflect the use of surplus to reduce the levy, and thus there is an additional 2.2% increase over 2014's total levy. Staff continue to recommend that surplus be used for one-time items and not levy reduction to maintain tax stabilization. Go back. In order to reduce the levy, one of the factors listed would have to decrease. We cannot change the decrease in the UMP as the province sets the funding level. The only options Council has is one, to reduce service levels. The budget as presented maintains the current service level. The budget cannot be reduced a set amount across the board, as there are fixed costs that cannot be readily decreased. For example, police services budget is set by their board, and different rules govern changes thereof. There are other levy boards also included that we have to pay based on our share for their services, such as DSAB and Algoma Public Health. To reduce the maintaining service factor would require Council to provide direction as to what services to decrease. The second option is to apply surplus from 2014 for levy reduction. The surplus, if any, will not be known until March, once the year-end audit is completed. Factors such as high assessment growth experienced in 2013 are no longer present, and will have a negative impact on the final surplus. There is a high probability that the 2014 surplus will be less than the amount used to reduce the levy in the previous year. Therefore, you will still see a levy increase, maybe smaller, for this factor. Once again, staff does not recommend using surplus for levy reduction. Did I say that enough?
Too late.
The next couple slides are just a listing of the recommended capital from current projects. The first few that you see are for CSD. One of the larger ones is the Memorial Tower rehabilitation. This is phase 2, but grants are going to be pursued for maximum funding for this total project. Police services at the bottom, there's $119,300. A report was presented to Council not too long ago, and this is for the new 911 digital system. PWT has several different projects listed. Some of them are repairs to their transit area. $230,000 is recommended for a new transit bus. The total cost is $475,000, but the balance will come from their transit equipment reserve. Again, additional projects for PWT. Several ones listed at the bottom are traffic upgrades. A lot of the capital from current projects are supplemented with funding from reserves and other sources. You'll notice at the bottom there's asset management items listed for facilities. The asset management plan will be presented in the near future, and several priority items are recommended to be funded from the asset management reserve that was established in 2014 in the meantime. Outstanding items. The budget as presented is only a preliminary budget, and there are several outstanding items that will affect the net levy increase. The budget as presented includes the DSAB levy and the Algoma Public Health levy at their 2014 levels. We will not have the final adjustment until the respective boards approve their budgets. Supplementary items will be included with the final budget adjustments. Only items for which Council has received a report that was referred to budget will be included. And our 2014 year-end audit is underway, and surplus, if any, should be known by mid-March. Next steps. On tonight's agenda is a report from the Commissioner of Finance recommending the final budget meeting for April 20th and, if required, April 21st. At this meeting, the final budget adjustments will be reflected in the levy and the tax rates presented. The 2014 surplus will also be known at this time, and staff will make recommendations as to its use. Surplus will not be at the same level as it was for 2013. We had a record growth in municipal revenue due to assessment growth in 2013. 2014 growth is less than half of the 2013. And on that note, that concludes the overall preliminary budget presentation.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Schell. Thank you for taking. I had some advanced questions about this, Ms. Schell. I said Schell. Schell. I called her Miss Schell. Was I? Yeah. So Miss Schell. Thanks for taking the time with me in advance to go through a lot of the questions that I had. I appreciate that. So, Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Ms. Schell. One quick question. Throughout that presentation, is the PUC dividend built into those numbers at all, or is that something that has to remain out until we get a final number?
That doesn't change every year, and it is within the
it's
budget.
In there.
Yes.
Councillor Butland.
To Michelle, our debt load, where are we at?
The total debt load?
Yeah.
Bill, do you have those
Mr.
numbers?
Freiberger?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Councillor Butland, we have an estimate at the end of 14, it'll be about 10 million, but we've done estimates for 2015 that we're going to have to issue some debt for the Northern Credit Union Center, and we have to finalize that project off, and we have to finalize the visitor center, and the PUC had come and talked about water. So we expect to be at the end of 15 to be about an estimate about $19 million of debt.
We're still in good shape, right?
Oh, we're still in very good shape, yes.
Thank you. And at the preliminary stages, and I think we should be dealing just with global questions, I would think. Mr. Girardi, I know prior to the meeting, where are we in winter control?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Butland, if I was looking at today's numbers, and they're not all in yet, we're looking at least $1.5 million, probably $1.6 million over budget in winter control.
We have a reserve, a part reserve to deal with this or not?
We do have a reserve, which would be approximately $900,000, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. One of my favorites, and Michelle knows, Mr. Freiberger, Mr. Fertesi, we have a working fund. It's called a working fund of $1,081,000.07, I guess. And I asked this question last year, and probably the year before, and the working fund just stays at $1,081,000. And my question last year, what is that reserve for? And the response was, that's for day-to-day things. We pay things and we accept revenue. And I still have difficulty with that. Is that still the answer? Mr. Freiberger.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Butland, yes, it's the same explanation as before. It's a reserve we have historically had really for liquidity in the operation. It is a cash reserve. It is basically for liquidity, which is a strong part of our credit rating.
So there are not a multitude of transactions in and out of this fund, correct?
That is correct.
So it's like the contingency fund, but it's contingency part 2. I'm asking rhetorical questions. I shouldn't do that. But anyways, I have difficulty with this fund. Okay? I need to put that on the table. And at the right time, I may bring a resolution. I know what you think about surpluses, Mr. Fertesi, and staff. I think you said it 5 times. We recommend you don't use. And they always tell me,
Councillor Button, next year it's going to bite you big time. And I always say, well, I'll wait for the bite. And it still hasn't bitten that hard. And I'm waiting for March, and you cautioned us that the surplus won't be nearly as big, but it'll still be there. And I'm doing my budget speech early. I'll do it again in April. The surplus is not our money. We've either done a good job or we've, for instance, Mr. Apostle's group, they're under budget. We're being good financial managers, or we're taking in more money than we needed. That is not our money, that's taxpayer money. So hopefully I'll get to say that again in April. So I'm concerned about the working fund, which is $1 million that never changes. $1,081,000. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll just start. Councillor Turco, go ahead.
Thank you. I used to have a teacher named Miss Shell. She taught me French, by the way. I don't know if I learned anything, but she was a great teacher. Just clarification, more on the page there, 235, the numbers page there, the budget, 214 budget, 215 budget, percentage changes. Math wasn't one of my strengths, by the way, in high school. So the expenditures, we talk about the expenditures, almost 50% goes to salary, is that correct?
That's correct.
Which we tell our constituents about that, but in 2015, it looks like, it says here, the figure is less. The expenditures for salaries and benefits is less than previous years, is that correct?
That is correct. And the explanation for that is, as I
Yes.
said in my
I was going to ask that question. Could I
Okay.
have an explanation for that, please?
Yes, I do. As I said in my explanation or my presentation, all the union contracts are expired for 2015. So you'll be seeing 0% increase in there. So that is part of the explanation. The other part is that there's several line items, one of them being a fairly substantial decrease in salaries in the CSD area that relates to the daycare, and also a decrease in their part-time hours. That was an adjustment into their budget. So, and there's also within police and fire, there's about $100,000, $105,000 decrease. And that happens every year. It'll go up, it'll go down, kind of in that range. And it's for movement within the constable levels.
So we're not going to spend as much money, through you, Mr. Mayor, this year for salaries as we did previous year. Is that correct?
At a 0% increase, yes. There's no increases reflected for contract negotiations.
That's the caveat you're telling me.
Yeah.
And the other, thank you for that. And the other thing is, again, you know, the budget is increased, I think, 1 million this year, 1,003,620. Is that correct?
That is the net increase for all expenditures. Yes, it's 0.74% year over year.
It's over $1 million.
Yes.
And yet, our taxpayers are going to pay, we're all taxpayers. We're going to pay 4.5, is it 4 million? 0.5 more this year.
Yes, because you have, again, if we go back to that slide, Frank, with the three factors of where your levy increase comes into play, 1.4% is just maintaining the services. Another 1% is because we lost the UMP, so you've lost that revenue. So if you look at your revenue line, at the top of your total revenue, you see a decrease in there.
Yeah, I understand that. We'll save it, like Councillor Button said, when budget time comes around, our discussion on it. But in terms of the taxpayers, all of us, it's simple mathematics. We're actually paying we're over $4 million more
You're $4 million
to help our budget this year.
You're $4 million higher than what you levied last year. But don't forget, within your levy last year, you included surplus.
Yes, I know.
So if we took that surplus out, then the comparison is a lot less. Then you're looking at a 2.4% increase.
Thank you. You should be an accountant. Thank you very much.
There's a reason.
Thank you, Councillor Turco. Councillor Sheehan.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to ask about the how the casino revenue that was committed to the hospital is factored into this particular budget.
The casino revenue?
Yeah, that we used to pay off our hospital commitment of about 1.1 million a year in previous years.
Actually, I'll probably refer that one to you, Bill.
We, with Mr. Mayor, Councillor Sheehan, we had the casino revenues, there were still, I'm just thinking there's two parts to it. We had money in for the hospital, and that's finished now. And we're looking to, in another presentation on asset management, to look at another allocation toward that. So I may just have you defer that till our second meeting in February. We're going to do another presentation on asset management where we're looking to allocate some funds toward that.
Okay, just so that's supplementary. So as the budget is presented, the casino revenue is not in that 4.6%?
Oh, it is, yes.
It is? It's applied?
Yes. It's applied, yes.
Okay, thank you. The second question that I have, Mayor Provenzano, is just the recent discussions, and we talked about it a little bit tonight about the, how the barrel of oil was about $90 US last year, and it's around 45, just under 45 US. How is that factoring into our budget this year, and has that been accounted for?
Again, if you refer to what I spoke to in my presentation, PWT is one of our highest users of fuel, and their budget actually did not have enough in there to account for the total liters that they use over the 4-year trend. The reason we used a 4-year trend is because we have several years in there where it was bad winters and several that were very good. So it kind of gave us an average usage. If we use the dollar per liter that was set in the previous budget, which is $1.10, I would have been looking at approximately $200,000 increase to the budget. With the decrease in the costs, we're looking at, for our dyed diesel is down to about 77 cents a liter, and our clear diesel is down to about 92 cents per liter. So based on what we're seeing in the trend, we did not put an increase in for the number of liters they require for their usage.
But we didn't put a decrease in either. We left it sort of...
I don't have enough left for a decrease.
Okay.
Like, it basically covered off what they needed for their liters.
And I'm just, again, the macro questions that I'm asking now, because we will delve into the, the other line items on budget night. But TD Bank announced today that they predicted March that the Bank of Canada has dropped its rate by another quarter point. And I looked at your timelines, and when you put your budget together and you put it together in December, again, the macro question is, how has the recent rate being dropped, and potentially a new one being dropped, affect our budget, if any?
Again, at the beginning of my presentation, I showed some inflation indicators based on Bank of Canada and their current monetary policy that they released in January. They're predicting CPI to be slightly less than their target of 2%, and then creeping up again in 2016. A lot of it is to do with the energy prices, and because our goods and services don't necessarily follow the basket of goods that CPI is based on, so we're not going to see the same type of increase. So the benchmark that we use to evaluate our increase in maintaining services was in the 1.5 to 2% range.
The supplementary on that is, when we debenture a number of the projects that Mr. Freiberger talked about, there's a potential for...
There's potential for there to be a decrease. It depends on what the rates come in at the time that they're debentured.
Thank you.
Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shelley, maybe you can explain a little bit more in detail regarding the street lighting, the extra cost of $743,000 or $53,000.
As I stated, PUC, we contract out our street lighting to them. They do all the maintenance and all the capital repairs. They own all the street light poles, but we pay 100% for those poles. They started submitting a budget to us for their maintenance and capital every year starting in 2014. And based on their budget that they submitted in 2014 to what they submitted in 2015, there's a fairly substantial increase, over $200,000 that they've added. 125, as I indicated, was for their asset management plan, and then they more than doubled their pole replacement capital costs up to $187,000, where they had it at $87 before. again, this is all based on their evaluation of the poles and what has to be replaced, et cetera. So basically, we follow their budget, and that's kind of where we're at with it.
So there's no dialogue from city to PUC to see if this can be reduced, or?
There is dialogue between finance or engineering. We have had meetings with the PUC. Other than
Commissioner, I think Commissioner Freiberger has something to add, Michelle.
yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, I think what we should do in this case, and I'd mentioned to PUC, it'd probably be worth them coming to council and making a presentation on the cost of streetlights, because they're administering it for us, and we have staff have asked questions, but I think it's important for them to come to council and talk about what their plans are for street lighting, and so council's aware in the details of that, because the costs are rising considerably in this case.
Okay. So maybe we can have the clerk make a request of the PUC in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, are you done, Councillor Bruni? Thank you. Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The message about not using surpluses, I get. I'm still of the belief that to defer your expenses as much as you can. I look at it almost as an interest-free loan from last year. But anyway, that's not my question is this. Shelley, you'd mentioned that that salaries are remaining relatively flat, and it's in there in the budget. And if you look at police and fire, they're flat. But just to be clear, the reality is we have a contingency, as we have in the past, where it doesn't show up as a salary increase because we haven't actually confirmed the contracts. But in reality, we're going to see a bump up in salaries once we settle with fire and police. Is
You're asking me to confirm that we have a contingency?
Yeah. Well,
yes.
because it shows that there's no salary increases for 2015 for fire and police. It actually shows that they're down. Well, they're getting multiple percentage increases every year. So it only makes sense that money is that's going to be a greater expense.
Within our budget, we always maintain a contingency line, and it covers such items as assessment appeals, wage and benefit adjustments, tax refunds, other potential adjustments.
Okay. Just to be clear on that, because when you look at this, it looks like we've held a line on salaries, but we haven't accounted for yet those settlements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Ms. Schell. What percentage of salaries that the city spends money on are non-unionized?
That number I don't have off the top of my head.
Commissioner? No? Okay. And there will be opportunities for public input on the, will there be public information or public input sessions, I suppose? Yes. Commissioner?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, there's a report on the agenda about public input, and we're recommending that it go to the Finance Committee to talk about different options. So that'd be the next step.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted, and I just wanted for the public to know that will be out there. Also, it's been said, but I think this is just a preliminary report. I think there are a lot of questions to be asked. I think the public input sessions will be helpful to getting a sense of where the community's priorities are, as well as Councillor Myers's effort to rank those services. And so I encourage everyone who has a concern about the increase in the levy, which is concerning. We've heard a lot about it today, I think. I encourage everyone to send their input in, because we need it. We want to know what the community's sense is of where we should be spending our money, and we need to bring the levy down we need to bring the levy down as much as we possibly can.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments or questions for Finance on the preliminary budget presentation? I think Councillor Shoemaker's made the point, and I just would like to make it for the general public's purpose, because I know that since some of the news stories carried after our agenda became public, there was a notion that this was the tax increase. I'm just indicating that by the number of emails and calls that I received. So just for the public's purpose, this is Finance coming to Council with a preliminary report, giving us a lay of the land and the information, and we'll have discussions going forward, obviously in this room, but also in public information sessions. And the city will obviously know when we're going to make a final determination on what the levy increase will be, if any, and what our budget will be for the coming year. So thank you for your presentation, and if there's nothing else, we'll proceed.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we have a few members still, or a few people still in the gallery. They're here for item 6.1.2, so we'll deal with that at this time. It's correspondence from David Orazietti, MPP, and the Honourable Eric Hoskins, Minister of Health and Long-Term Care. We have a motion by Councillors Myers and Shoemaker. Whereas Algoma Public Health is an important community health agency and partner in our municipality, and whereas Algoma Public Health receives substantial municipal funding, and whereas the Mayor and Council appoint 3 directors to the Board of Algoma Public Health, and whereas the Mayor and Council are concerned about recent reports regarding the interim Chief Financial Officer of Algoma Public Health, who may have misrepresented his identity and is reported to have been convicted of criminal offences for fraudulent activity. And whereas the Mayor and Council are responsible for acting in the best interests of the community and responsible for the expenditure of municipal dollars. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Council ask the Board of Algoma Public Health for a report confirming that the Board of Algoma Public Health has hired a qualified auditor to investigate, confirm, and report on the integrity of Algoma Public Health's financial records during the period of time that Algoma Public Health contracted with or otherwise employed the interim Chief Financial Officer, and what steps are being or have been taken by the Board of Algoma Public Health to ensure that no employee information was accessed, obtained, or retained by the interim Chief Financial Officer, and what process was followed in retaining the services of the interim Chief Financial Officer, and if a new process is proposed, what deficiencies in the previous process have been identified and how have said deficiencies been addressed. And further, that the information requested herein be provided to City Council by way of a formal report being presented to City Council at the first meeting of City Council following said report being received by the Board of Algoma Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report, Mr. Mayor and members of council and the public, or at least this resolution for the report, is about 2 words: integrity and accountability. That's what this resolution is about. Integrity is defined as the quality of being honest and fair. Honest and fair. And accountability is defined as an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's actions. We 13 people have been elected by the City of Sault Ste. Marie. We're not appointed. We were elected. And we were elected by this community to be honest and fair, and to hold ourselves accountable. There's been a lot said in the media about this matter, and I'm not going to go into it any further. I just want it to be very clear that the reason I wanted to move this resolution is because of 2 words: integrity and accountability. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Props Council, I'll share my thoughts on this, and then we could open the floor if anybody else has any additional thoughts. I think it was important for our body to recognize that there was an issue at Algoma Public Health and that we need some accountability on that issue. It's important to note that the Board of Health is undertaking an investigation and that our MPP, David Orsetti, and the Minister of Health have also acted on the matter. So we have our provincial government, who is a funding partner, acting on the matter. We have the Board of Health itself acting on the matter. I think it's important for this body to let those processes take their place. It probably comes from my education, my experience, and my training, but we can't prejudge situations. We have to wait till we have all of the information. And the nature of the motion is such that we're asking for the information because we're an important part of this process. So I think it is an important motion because we need to let the community know that we recognize there's an issue here and that there needs to be accountability. We need to know let the community know that we care and that we are mindful of the matters. That noted, we have to wait until we get the information before us to make some determinations on what our next steps and our most appropriate steps are. And so when this information is available, when the respective investigations from the Board of Health itself and from the Minister of Health, as directed by the Minister of Health, are complete, we'll take a look at those and we'll decide what we need to do as a municipality to ensure that we employ best practices and that we're conducting ourselves in such a manner that our citizens know that we're mindful of them, their concerns, their resources, and their best interests. So those are my thoughts in the matter. The motion was put forward in that spirit. I thank Councillor Myers and Councillor Shoemaker for putting forward the motion, and I support it in its totality. So if anybody has any other comments in addition to mine, I welcome them. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think along the same lines of what Councillor Myers and yourself has said, there's been a lot of concern from the public with respect to this issue. Certain people the council did not have all the information on certain people at Algoma Public Health, and this is simply requesting that information. We need to be sure, like the motion says, that no employee or public information was accessed, and I think we need that reassurance for the people who work at Algoma Public Health. I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say we stand behind them, and know that the greater community at large, that none of their information has been accessed improperly in any way. And so obviously the management of the funds at Algoma Public Health is a serious concern, as we as a city contribute 2.1 or so million to Algoma Public Health, and that's a significant amount of money. And so we want to be sure that everything there was as it should be, and all this report is doing is asking those questions so that we can have that information for reassurance. And then, as you said, the next step forward comes once we have that information.
And maybe I should indicate, too, for the community's sake and benefit, that I've had discussions with all the councillors, and all the councillors have expressed those concerns and share them. So, I mean, you're welcome to express them and share them again, but for the purposes of recognizing that you have all reached out to me and you have all shared those concerns. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you and the councillors are aware, the Minister of Health, Dr. Eric Hoskins, has requested an audit from the Minister of Finance on Algoma Public Health. Also, the Algoma Public Health received a letter from RMP David Orsetti with 10 questions, which he is requesting answers. Staff and the board presently are reviewing the questions and will provide the answers to the questions that Mr. Orsetti has put in, hopefully in the very near future. In the meantime, Algoma Public Health has hired a local auditing firm to provide an audit, and also Algoma Public Health has hired a forensic audit from Sudbury, and that is going to be completed shortly, hopefully within a 2-week period. We have also signed agreements with Dr. Penny Sutcliffe, who is the medical officer from Sudbury and will be our interim medical officer. And we also have interim CEO Connie Free, who is Algoma Public Health's chief nursing officer. And finally, Algoma Public Health staff and board are reviewing the policies and procedures regarding vendors, contractors, and consultants with background checks before any hiring occurs. And we're at that stage right now.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Are there any comments or questions on this matter? Councillor Turco.
I don't have, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to discuss at the particular resolutions here tonight, but my question is, we have, I know Councillor Bruni is our city council representative, correct?
One of the three, that's correct.
So that's my question. So we have two citizens at large?
Well, we do. One of them, I understand, might have recently resigned, so I think we have Councillor Bruni and one citizen at large.
So you don't have to answer this question. So if we wanted some information, as we do with every other committees and boards, as you know, we could get some information from the members at large that we picked and our council representative.
You're welcome to do that if you like, yeah.
No, not now, but I'm just saying we could do that.
We could absolutely do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Council, if there are no more comments or questions, we can have a vote in the matter. All in favor? Would you like a recorded vote? Did you say recorded vote, Councillor Shoemaker? So, Mr. Clerk, we've had a request for a recorded vote.
The other way around this time, Councillor Butland.
For.
Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Krampadich.
For.
Councillor Nero.
For.
Councillor Shoemaker.
For.
Councillor Romano.
For.
Councillor Hupinen.
For.
Councillor Christian.
For.
Councillor Bruni.
I'm for a report.
Councillor Sheehan.
For.
Councillor Turco.
Let me pull a Councillor Butland. Let me think about it. For.
Mayor Provenzano.
For.
It's carried unanimously, 12-0.
Thank you. And to the attendants, I apologize. I didn't realize you were here on that motion. Had we realized that, we would have moved it up in the agenda. So my apologies for that.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we can now move to the remainder of consent.
So we're on the consent agenda. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to make about any matters in the consent agenda? Councillor Sheehan, we'll begin with you. Which matter?
The McMeekin Street reconstruction. I've read the report and the bylaws that are listed. Just for the information of the residents, what does that mean for them individually, these changes?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sheehan, I'm not sure I quite understand. You mean as far as local improvement charges? Or?
It's the additional work that's listed as 6.13, the additional work for the McMeekin Street reconstruction, and that would be one of them, would be the local improvement charges.
Okay, so residents on Elizabeth Street from McMeekin to Queen would be also getting a full reconstruction of the road for that one short block, and that would include local improvement charges for Class A pavement and sanitary sewer.
Okay. Do we know how many houses that was?
6 to 8.
6 to 8? Yeah. Thank you. That's it from that one.
Any other comments on that specific issue? No? Then we'll move on. Anybody else have anything they'd like to discuss in the consent agenda? We'll just go around the table here. Oh, you have another one, Councillor Sheehan?
Yep.
I was hopeful there for a second.
I had my head down.
Go ahead, Councillor Sheehan.
It is the... So trying to see that number, I think there's a hole in it, but it's the Downtown Community Improvement Plan Financial Incentive Grant application.
Okay.
Delighted to see so many businesses that are taking advantage of this program once again. My question is, through you, Mr. Mayor, to our city planner, is this where you wanted to be with this program at this time? I've read the report. Are you happy so far?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sheehan, we're very happy with where we are on this. The report before council tonight, as council will recall, one of the keystones of our downtown development strategy last time, and one of our biggest success, was getting a considerable amount of private sector investment in the downtown. In the form of the city would provide small grants and people would spend lots of their own money and fix up their buildings. We reintroduced that with the Downtown Development Program Phase 2, which Council approved last year. This is the first report coming forward under the grant application program component of that program. It deals with 17 different properties in the downtown. This is a matching grant program. Most of the grants are fairly modest, $2,000 and a little bit up from there. The most that anyone can achieve is $25,000. So the total of the 17 programs before council comes to $217,500. That is out of a total budget of over $600,000 for grants and a total downtown development budget of about $2.4 million, of which council's contribution was only $300,000 over 3 years, $100,000 over 3 years. So we're very pleased with where we are. We had great success with this in the past, and the fact that we have 17 different businesses before council tonight willing to participate in this program, we're very pleased with that. That's a really good result.
And just my supplementary comment was that I was pleased to see the variety of the applicants and their location, in particular Gore Street and in Queen West as well, because it was really good to see just the leveraging of the additional dollars from the private sector. It's been amazing.
Does anybody else have comments on the same issue? Councillor Butland?
I'm fully supportive. I just have, I don't know if I'm take issue, but this business of having leaky roofs, should they qualify for financial assistance? Because probably a lot of people out there in the community may have leaky roofs.
What we've attempted to do when the program was designed was to encourage people to fix up their buildings. In some cases, that's providing a grant to help them with the construction costs. In other cases, it's helping them with their design cost. If they don't fix up their building, then the assessed value of that property will go down. The market value of that will go down. The amount of taxes that the city receives will go down. So it's not a huge chunk of money, but it does extend the life of the building. And we've had good success with this. We haven't had a lot of leaky roofs in the past. I agree there's a few more in here than we normally have, but it does result in maintaining or increasing the assessed value of the building, which is the intent of the program.
Thank you. Okay. We're complete on that matter. Before I move on, Councillor Sheehan, did you have anything else in the consent agenda you were looking to address?
No, that's good.
Thank you. Councillor Bruni, do you have anything on the consent agenda? Councillor Christian? Don't say something, only if you have one. Don't make one up for me.
Well, the camera's on me right now.
Oh, that's a problem.
No, okay, no, I don't have anything.
I think you put your hand up, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Which matter is it?
6.10. Question for...
Splash Park.
Yes, question for the Commissioner of Community Services. On page 7 of the attachment, the Timmins Splash Park, it says their cost to build it was $45,000. And so I'm just curious how they did it so cheap. Or is it for that very reason?
Well, are you in a position to answer how Timmins did?
Or perhaps we could get some information on that, how it was done so inexpensively.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, first of all, it was constructed in 1999. It was 15 years ago. And we could get some, but it's quite a while ago whether it would be pertinent or not. But I think you look at the modern day ones in comparisons, where they're $400,000 plus, is probably a more accurate reflection of the cost that we'd be looking at compared to that particular one. The resolution did ask us to look at other northern municipalities and get some particulars, but I don't think that particular cost is a good one to compare to our scenario.
And again, I realize it was 1999, but that is a 1,000% increase or something like that, if my math is correct. So But thank you for clarifying. I did have another one.
On the splash park?
No.
Okay, so hold on that,
Oh,
because we
yeah,
have other
okay,
people that want to
sorry.
speak about the splash park. We'll just start with Councillor Myers and work our way around to Councillor Christian. This is on the splash park. Go ahead, Councillor Myers.
Councillor Nero's getting dizzy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Apostle, under the impact section of your report, it says a consultant should be engaged to analyze the various aspects of the project. I have no problem with that. I guess where my question is that I don't see that we're going to tender on that piece of work for the consultant to do that analysis. I see that we're handing it to EPOH because they've provided services to the city in the past. And I guess that I look at this as a different project. I don't see that the John Rhodes Community Centre pool is the same as a splash park. They're both water. But beyond that, I guess I'm not comfortable handing a $24,000 project without an RFP. So I guess I would ask, and we have policies around this, I'm sure, at what thresholds that we do an RFP. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, and I would ask if you could maybe explain why you don't think that needs to go to an RFP.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, that under the purchasing policy is considered Schedule A or professional work, and it's very difficult to tender that type of work, and similar to what happens in engineering and planning department where they rotate them through and have special ones with expertise. This one in particular, I asked for a quote from someone who has experience in a lot of the facilities that have been built in and around the recreational area, and in particular with pools, so they understand the complications with that, and they've done splash parks in the past. So it was, an easy one for us to get a quote from, and according again to the purchasing policy for this type of work, it's something that can be directly, doesn't have to go to an RFP or to a tender.
Gee, I guess I didn't particularly even realize that part of our purchasing policy, and now you're getting me thinking on that, because I'm just really uncomfortable without RFPs on these sizable amounts of dollars, because I think that when there's an RFP and people are competing for work, it sharpens the pencil. And I guess that, I'm just uncomfortable with it, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Nero.
Potential sites. One of the previous reports in the package say that Rotary was interested in the Rosewell site. This report, the most recent, said they are still interested. Does that mean it's this site or any site?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, in my conversation with Mr. Derek Walls, who's the is the president of the Sault Ste. Marie Rotary Club, they were interested in any site at this particular point in time. They weren't tied to the John Rosewell Park site. The previous submission by Rotary was looking at that particular site, but the cost of what they were looking at quickly grew, so they became disinterested in the project from totally funding it, and now they're interested in becoming a partner to any particular site. That was from Mr. Walls, and he was speaking on behalf of the Sault Ste. Marie Rotary Club.
Thank you, Councillor Nero. Councillor Christian.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents. This was a resolution that I put forward about 18 months ago, and I'm encouraged that we've got it this far. I'm obviously a big supporter of this. You can see that other municipalities in Northern Ontario have them, and they have multiple. And I think in order to put ourselves in the same category, we need to really look at this. But Councillor Nero hit on something important, and that is co-sponsorship. I think in order for something like this to work, we do need help. And I'm encouraged, at least at this level, this early on, at least preliminary talks, that's a possibility. So thank you.
Thank you. So seeing that as all for the splash park, we started here, we're going around. Splash. You have another one, Councillor Myers. All right, Councillor Myers, no. Councillor Shoemaker, no. Any other issues on the consent agenda?
Yes, yes. Item 6.8.
Okay.
I think is deserving of some at least some discussion since it's been discussed much in the media. This is about the viability of operating without a CAO. Commissioner Nero, your recommendation from the report?
Are you asking him to outline his recommendation
Yes.
for the purpose of the public, so the public
That's
has the
right.
recommendation? So, Mr. Nero, if you can, for the purpose of the public, outline what your recommendation is to council, please.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Shoemaker, I'll just read it right from the report if that's acceptable to council. Resolved that the report from myself, dated January 26, 2015, be received and that council continue with the role of Chief Administrative Officer and proceed with the recruitment for the vacancy in accordance with, and this is where it differs a bit, the original Human Resources Policy 1-9.
As amended.
And Mr. Mayor, that's the difference I was referring to.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned in here that the percentages of municipalities with without CAOs and with CAOs. How many municipalities of a like size do not have CAOs? Or some function, perhaps with a different title, but that serves the same purpose?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Shoemaker, of municipalities our size, there is none actually that have or go without a CAO or a city manager. Also, with the demographic or portion of my report that highlights the 15% of the 444 municipalities in the province that do not have a dedicated position, the function still exists and is rolled into other positions within that region, municipality, upper level, lower level.
So would you say that virtually all municipalities have some form or another of a CAO?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, based on the information I received, yes, that would be accurate.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So we'll just, Councillor Kompotic.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I got a few questions on this report as well. And I want to thank Commissioner Nero for the report. I've heard comments that that this report really was requested and it was frivolous, but really what we're doing is we're being accountable to the constituents in our community, and we're doing our due diligence, and we don't assume anything when it comes to this. So this report, we certainly appreciate it. And in the report, I just want to ask one question, or a couple questions actually. Are you aware of any alternatives whatsoever other than the current status we have with the CAO position? Is there any alternatives available today?
Do you understand the question, Commissioner Nero?
I think so. If Mr. Mayor, if you'll allow, I'll take a shot at it to Councillor Kompotic.
Sure.
In the research I've conducted, there are basically four scenarios if you want to include not proceeding with the position, but really there is a combined function of a CAO with a treasurer, engineer, clerk type of position. There is the CAO position, and then there is the city manager position. They differ slightly, and I would probably default to the city solicitor on the differences, but the main difference, and I don't believe council has asked to go there, but the main difference is a city manager actually possesses slightly more power than a CAO, in particular when it comes to staffing recommendations and decisions.
For instance, the City of Toronto has a city manager, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, and I just wanted to just make sure that this isn't a viable alternative to what our current status, the way we have it with the CAO. I need that from you. I'd like for you to express that.
I think he has through his report.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
Now, as we go on there, I just have another one. We got the hiring committee, okay? And are they going to have input into the actual compensation in the contract with the new CAO before it comes back to council?
Well, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves there and talking about a separate issue, Councillor. If we can keep the focus of this issue on the report that the Commissioner of Human Resources had put forward. I'm sure we can deal with the remainder of the issues you're raising with respect to the process or the ultimate outcome of that process independently. They're in my mind two separate things, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did do some research ourselves on the internet, and we did find a guide to hiring chief administrative officer. And it's with the Manitoba Municipal Government, and I found it quite interesting. It has a step-by-step process that I'd like to give to Council.
I would appreciate that information, Councillor.
Yeah, absolutely. And it actually got a flow chart and it asked questions regarding hiring a CAO and for one that's retiring or one who resigns. And when I went through the process that it has here, and I have to compliment Mr. Nero because it doesn't fit. In fact, that we should be hiring a new CAO. And I just want to respectfully submit this information to you, and it has a step-by-step process, and it's going to definitely help our hiring committee going forward.
Provide that information to me, Councillor, and I'll make sure the committee, the CEO selection committee, receives that information in full.
Thank you.
Councillor Butland.
Yes, I didn't support commissioning this report. I wouldn't call it commissioning a report, but even asking Mr. Nero to do this, it's like a rhetorical question. We knew full well this is a rhetorical report. We knew it was going to come back because that's the logical response. You cannot, at this point in time, do without a CAO. I don't care how you rework this, and it's ironical, or that's not the right word, but we spent an hour and a half deciding how we were going to pick a new CAO, and that was 2 people, 4 people, and also we're commissioning a report saying, do we really need one? Well, they're going in opposite directions. I mean, I suspect we all knew that the response would be, yeah, you need a CAO. So I don't know how you dress it up. I think this was a waste of his time. Thank you.
Are there any other comments on that? Councillor Shoemaker?
I just, going back to Mr. Crumptich's point, Councillor Crumptich's point, this is part of our due diligence. It is not a waste of time. Every position at the city should be reviewed when it comes vacant to see whether or not it's necessary. This was done in this case. Maybe we suspected, strongly suspected that that would be the case, but nevertheless, we should not let our foot off the gas in determining whether or not each position needs to be filled or not. So I have to side with Councillor Crumptich on this one. This is part of our due diligence, and I thank the Commissioner for providing that report.
No, and I think it's important to note that the Commissioner did indicate there are some communities that operate with hybrid positions. Look, I supported Councillor Crumptich, and I still do. I never had it in my mind that we could function without a CAO. I've been here for 2 months, and I can tell you that the CEO's job is a full-time job, and someone needs to be there to do it. I'm of that opinion strongly. But anytime any one of you want to question something and ask for information, I'm going to support that process. So I commend Councillor Crumptich for raising the issue and for looking for the information. I see no harm in that at all. So we received the report. There's a recommendation on that report, and the committee is proceeding. And the committee will be having its first meeting this week on Thursday at 3:30 here in the Civic Center, and we'll post the details of that, including the agenda, on the city website for anybody in the public who wants to see that. Any other issues under consent agenda that would any of you would like to address? Would it be appropriate time to address 6.11? Sure. I think I can maybe round off the consent agenda then by addressing 6.11. It's the sorry, 6.1.1. 6.1.1. I just want to give Council a bit more information on that. It's the proposed gateway site development correspondence we received from Bob Achaco's office on behalf of the developer. I think it's important to note that we met with the developer, and the city had no issue or concern with the developer itself. It's a reputable development company. And I want council to know and the community to know that the developer specifically indicated to me that he really appreciated how he was received by the city. It was his opinion that the city of Sault Ste. Marie would be a great place to do business. It was his opinion that he wanted to develop in the city of Sault Ste. Marie, and he was looking at other projects. He felt, and I think we are probably of the same mind, that this project didn't get off to the start that he wanted it to get off to. And I think it's important to note that this project, this site, has had a couple false starts. So I'm glad that we're not going to have a false start here. I commend the city staff for doing some due diligence. I commend them for their work. I can tell you that we left our relationship with the developer very positively. We had a positive meeting with the developer, and I am satisfied that the developer is interested in doing business here and is going to continue to look here. And if he comes to the city with a viable project and the city, it's a project that's consistent with the city's interests, we'd certainly move forward. So I think this was all in all, it was something that started difficultly, but ended on a positive note. And I just wanted to leave the council with that information. Councillor Hooperman.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question about the developer being incorporated. Now, if I remember correctly, there was a scramble from Mr. Pachaco's office to have this developer, his company, incorporated. So I'm a bit confused why he's getting such kudos when we're not sure, or at least I'm not sure, if he's incorporated as of that Monday morning, or is he an officially incorporated company from previous?
Yeah, North American Development Group is a legitimate bona fide company. But when they were looking at the development in Sault Ste. Marie, they were going to do that development under a separate corporate entity. That is what Mr. Pachaco had incorporated the day of the council meeting. So what we're saying is there's no issue with the legitimacy or propriety of North American Development Group. It is a legitimate developer. Quite common in development that they do different developments under different entities.
That answers my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it was our information that was a specific incorporation, a specific purpose incorporation. Any other comments? Councillor Myers, you had your hand up, or is that?
It's not to do with this item, it's to do with whether the item I did want to talk about is on consent or not, because I had a hard time following my electronic agenda. So.
Okay. So any more comments on this item? No, well, thank you. Councillor Myers, did you say you had additional comment on a consent item?
Well, at 6.5, it's Mr. Commissioner's, it's Commissioner Freiberger's report, and I guess that's on consent, is it? 6.5, is it?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sort of, because we were moving all over tonight electronically, I sort of lost track. So I did want to speak to this item if I could, please.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, this is the customer satisfaction survey that is in the report. And no surprise, it was done in 95, 2005, and here we are 10 more years again at 2015. And as I said when I was speaking to the Commissioner, I don't expect that there'd be anything different, as he said in his report. What did come across our desk is, and it came through you, Mr. Mayor, is something that the City of Mississauga did, and it's on council members' desks. Very tiny print. There was some problem in apparently printing this out, the deputy clerk told me, but she tried to print out the email, and this is what she got. This is from a woman named Anthea Brown on the bottom part, but it was to Shelley Shell is where it went, because we had asked Shelley to look into this on our behalf. And this budget allocator tool, as it's called, really is a fantastic way of gathering some public input. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Shelley if she wouldn't mind speaking to it for a moment, because she did the work on preparing for this. And then I think Councillor Shoemaker and myself would like to move a resolution that I believe the clerk has prepared for us, where we would refer this to the Finance Committee for their consideration to introduce this tool. But I'll let Shelley Shell, if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, speak to what this tool is.
Please, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. It actually is a very interesting tool that was brought forward by Councillor Myers that the City of Mississauga uses. It's an out-of-the-box platform that this company will provide to you. The cost was actually quite surprisingly low. It's $2,000 excluding taxes for this out-of-the-box solution. And they anticipate that staff time, if you have the appropriate content ready, is only about 3 weeks. And I don't know if any of you had an opportunity to look at the tool that Mississauga uses, but what it basically does is it sets out various areas of the corporation's budget, items that aren't fixed in nature, and it allows the user to go in and select whether they would like to see a 5% increase, keep the service the same, or a 5% decrease. And it also describes what each of the different levels will do with this service. It is a very interesting tool. It does have some basic reporting functions that we could use that would summarize that. And it also, at the same time, allows the user to put in various comments in a free-form way.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Sure,
so
go
this
ahead.
was the, it was really great, and I appreciate you sending it to me, Mr. Mayor, to investigate, because this is what I'm looking for, is a way for the public to gain understanding as to the budget. And we've talked about open houses and so on, and when the Finance Committee meets, I'm sure we'll discuss how we're going to do that. But I think this could be a quantum leap forward in getting public engagement to our budget process through this very simple and yet effective tool. But I want to come back to the actual report in front of us too, where there were 3 options laid out. In my mind, option 1, status quo, is not an option, and option 3, hiring an outside firm, is not an option. I would see that somewhat of an irony to have to spend big money to ask people how to reduce costs. So I think that option 2, expanded with some other tools, perhaps this budget allocator being one, is a way that we can get the public more engaged. To me, we need to canvass and cast a wider net, indicating from the public where they want to see the dollars spent. I've said this before, we all sit here at budget time and we think we know. And it's a common phraseology that we've all adopted, that people won't tolerate a cut back or a reduction in their snow removal as one example. But we don't have the data that tells us that, other than people ranking services. And they did it 20 years ago, they did it 10 years ago, and if they did it today, they'd probably do the same, as was said in the report, which I fully concur with. So I think we have to find a way of digging deeper with the public, getting some real feedback from them. And I think if they had this tool, it would give them a chance to now go further, because I think they want to, but they don't quite know how to do it either. So I'll leave it with those comments, but I think that we need to find a way of casting the net deeper to get more from the public input. Thank you.
Councillor, we had Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick. Shelley Shell's comments regarding the software really is the way to go. With all due respect to Councillor Myers, the original resolution would have, the idea of soliciting the public and asking them for input on where we should be spending, unless they know specifically what their dollars are getting them and what a reduction in dollars will get them, you're not going to get any real information. So if this very small investment helps us get there, great. The other challenge will be to get people to actually access it and use it, because that's historically been a problem. But I think it is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor Butland.
Yeah, fully supportive. Out-of-the-box terminology is a good one. I was in a different position, 2005, and Joe Snezik, who was a statistical guru, and we commissioned him to survey the entire community. And he did a lot of work, but in the end, you say, well, they rated fire and police as #1 and #2 in winter maintenance. There was nothing that we really didn't know. So the different approach is a good one. I haven't seen it yet, but any approach would be better, I think. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Sheehan.
Yeah, I see this as just one more tool in the toolbox. I'm anxious to see the report. We just have a couple of lines here, because one of the comments that I think that Councillor Mick had made, when she was one of the movers of this, was that it cannot be anonymous, that has to have a, hopefully the solution has a name and an address and phone number and stuff like that. And so I look forward to the report.
Maybe perhaps we could have the motion read.
If I understand it correctly, is Councillor Myers and is Councillor Shoemaker the seconder? Resolve that the budget allocator tool used by the City of Mississauga be reviewed as to the feasibility of it being used in Sault Ste. Marie, and that it be referred to the Finance Committee for that review.
Correct to the Councillor Myers and Shoemaker. Was that the motion?
Thank you.
There's hopefully going to be a Finance Committee meeting soon, because I understand it takes 3 weeks or so to get this information input. So I think the sooner the better that we can get this, hopefully, at Finance Committee, get this off the ground and get some information into it. Mr. Commissioner, is there a Finance Committee meeting set?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Shoemaker, based on the resolution, and if Council is accepting the report and the recommendation, it was looking at February 5th, a Thursday next week, tentatively to have a Finance Committee and address these issues.
Okay. So can we have a vote on that motion then? All in favor? None opposed? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I take it that's the end of consent. Thank you. It's a motion by Councillors Christian and Romano, then resolved that all items listed under date 2015-01-26, Part 1 consent agenda and the addendum be approved as recommended, save and accept items 6.1.2, 6.1.3, 6.7, and 6.11.
All in favor? None opposed? Carried.
That would bring us to Section 8. We've dealt with 8.1. 8.2 is next, synthetic ice surfaces. Correspondence from Councillor Butland is attached, and a motion by Councillors Butland and Christian. Resolved that City Council support Mill Square in hosting and financing a 1-month pilot synthetic ice surface at Mill Square, and that the City provide 3 to 4 individuals from Public Works and Transportation to assist in the erection of the rink. Any liability issues to be addressed by the City Legal Department in discussions with Justice Feldman of Mill Square.
Councillor Butland, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, very briefly. I'll take my 5 minutes. I'll speak 2 now, and Mr. Cacciamillo has a 3-minute video I'd like to show. There's a 1-page report here, and there's an offer from Smart Rink to provide a synthetic ice pilot. Everybody says it's 80 to 90% that resembles natural ice. And this, I came onto this I received a call, 2 calls over the Christmas holidays saying, I want to go skating at an outdoor rink, and the Esposito rink is not open. And as it turns out, it opened New Year's Day. So the season is half over before it opens. 2 years ago, the total day usage availability was 50 days, and then you find out that it's $65,000 a year to operate that rink. And we have 2 other outdoor rinks and the oval as well. So we're spending a lot of money, and I know this group is very concerned about financial considerations. There could be a cost savings on this, but the reality is there are some naysayers. Councillor Nero said fake ice. Yeah, that's a lot of the purists say, no, this is not as good as real ice. But I was the person, Mr. Oldfield, who provided this report for us, said, I just got back from North Battleford, Saskatchewan, and installing a synthetic ice rink. There's one in Fort Chipewyan, Alberta, very north. So it is becoming a very commonplace thing, but without and I was really thrilled when Phil Esposito said, oh yeah, I'm all for this. I introduced synthetic ice to Tampa, Florida. So Justice Veldman came forward and said, I'd gladly host it. It's about $5,000 for a couple of weeks, but that's negotiable. And he needs a base, so probably $8,000. The company will ship the entire rink here with the dashboards or the rink boards erected with some assistance from Mr. Girardi and his crew, and that's been, I think, vetted by everybody. They take it down and ship it back, and I said, you couldn't possibly do it for that amount of money. He said, you're right. I'm so convinced that you're going to like this so much that you want to do a full-blown synthetic ice surface at the Esposito Park. So we're not really expending anything except 1 day's work for 3 individuals. So, Mr. Contamilio, sorry I made you stay so long. This is an indoor one, but it's the same ice surface.
So we're going to pick up 1 foot and hold with the knees bent. 3 strides. 1, 2, 3. Glide. Hold. Good. And that's what you want. 1 foot. 1 foot. Nice and smooth. Okay? Follow me. Follow line. Right foot. Right foot. Right foot. Right foot. Yes. Okay, you just got off the ice. Slow starting, but... Yeah, slow starting, but it's really good. Oh, yeah. Stay longer, I'll get back to work. What do you think of the surface? I love it. Once you get used to it, it's good or better than realized. All right, go have fun. On Superglide, everything, just like ice. Puck moves freely. And skating can be done as fast or as slow, so you learn how to do everything correctly as you want. Go as fast as you want. Forwards. Backwards. Sharp turns. Even a stop. Nice and easy. Everything's the same as ice. I invented that. Ah! And you fall just like ice.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or Councillor Shoemaker?
It sounds like a great product. I'm just wondering if we're using our resources, both financial and human resources, why are we not using our property to host it?
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that. We really are using our property. Mill Square happens to be on our property. We're leasing it to Mr. Velman, but our participation is not financial. Certainly we're providing manpower. We are as interested in the outcome of the pilot as is Mr. Velman, and if in fact it works, it probably is a very inexpensive way for us learning whether or not artificial ice is something we might want to consider for our 3 outdoor rinks. Small investment.
Any additional questions? Yeah, I think it was. I think the video was really helpful, Councillor Butland. I think it was clear that the gentleman was using regular skates, regular sticks, regular pucks. It actually looked like regular ice from the video. So we need a vote on that motion. Then everybody is aware of the motion we're voting on. Everybody in favor? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
Our next item is 8.3, Pine Street, Pleasant Drive intersection. A motion by Councillors Shoemaker and Hoopanen. Whereas increasing traffic on the section of Pine Street that lies north of McNabb Street has been an issue of concern for many years and has been exacerbated in recent years with the expansion of Sioux College, the opening of Mapleview Extendicare, and the extension of Pine Street to Second Line. And whereas the traffic volume on this section of Pine Street is expected to continue to increase given that the significant new development has occurred or is forthcoming in the immediate area. And whereas a report by the City Traffic Division dated November 16, 2001 determined that a review of traffic control should be undertaken following the extension of Pine Street to Second Line. And whereas the Pine Street extension has now been completed, now therefore be it resolved that in accordance with the staff report dated November 16, 2001, that the Traffic Division of the City of Sault Ste. Marie review the intersections on Pine Street between Northern Avenue and McNabb Street and report to Council if additional traffic control measures are warranted, given both current and projected traffic volumes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any questions on that matter? Councillor Shoemaker.
I'd just like to point out, in the 2001 report, it said in the future when Pine Street is extended to Second Line, a review will be done of all the intersections on Pine to see if additional traffic control is warranted. I know Councillor Hoopanen and myself heard about this issue a lot when we were out door knocking in the fall. And so I think we need to, it's time to review those intersections to determine whether or not additional traffic control is necessary. I was asked by Commissioner Girardi if it might be better or more cost appropriate to just examine Pine Street and Pleasant Drive intersection at this time because it comes out of his department's current budget. We're not giving him extra money to do this, so the review of this 4 intersections is actually what's stated in the motion. But the review he thinks would be more appropriate if it was just the 1 intersection for the time being. I'm not against that. I think that's probably the one where most people have concern. Although I would be interested, to follow up with that and see whether or not that is the best place for a traffic control or at other intersections. So I'm not sure, Mr. Commissioner, but maybe that intersection and Willoughby, or is that not financially suitable? Because then we've got one on each side.
Maybe it would be wise for us to get some costing on what this would, for costing for it. I just didn't want to hold up the process, and I said, well, I know we can afford to go ahead with Pine and Pleasant, but when you're looking at these intersections and you go over that large of an area from McNabb all the way through to Northern Avenue, they're going to be doing quite an extensive study. You could end up around $20,000, $25,000. I know we could probably get Pine and Pleasant done for $4,000 or $5,000. That's why I'm suggesting let's start there, see what they give us, and then if down the road need be, we can progress and look at the other intersections that may be a problem.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't want to delay it certainly because I know it's a big concern. So I think if we move forward with just one at this time, we should move forward with Pine and Pleasant. So if that requires an amendment to the motion, I'm happy to move an amendment to my own motion.
I don't think that would require an amendment to the motion. How would you see the amendment required, Councillor Shoemaker?
Well, the now therefore be it resolved that in accordance with the staff report dated November 16, 2001, that the Traffic Division of the City of Sault Ste. Marie review the intersections on Pine Street between Northern Avenue and McNabb Street.
Yeah.
there's 4 of them between those 2 streets. So perhaps it should review the intersection of Pine Street and Pleasant Avenue.
If I understand it correctly, you would like the more extensive review.
I would, but I understand the commissioner's point.
So I think the commissioner is going to be authorized to review those. This motion as put before us does that. Or did you redraft this motion, Councillor Shoemaker?
I drafted this motion.
Okay, so you're going to amend it to reduce the 2 intersections.
Reduce to 1, actually, based on the commissioner's feedback.
Okay, so you drafted the motion. Are you the first of the motion?
I'm the mover. Yep.
Yeah, so you can amend your motion. The seconder is the seconder in favor. You're in favor of that, Councillor Hepponen? Yes. Okay, so the motion's amended then. Mr. Clerk, do you understand how the motion's amended?
Yes.
So it will just be a review of Pine and Pleasant for the time being, although I do appreciate the commissioner's comments that we should also undertake a review of other intersections in this area, when budgeting permits. But I do think this is the most pressing intersection. I know, as I said, it's been a big concern, and with Pine Street Extension going through, with the snowbanks in that area, I know have been a concern to a number of residents right there. And with St. Paul's, there's a lot of kids crossing the street there. So I think this is necessary.
Okay, so do we have any other comments on that? All in favor of the motion as amended? Any opposed? Councillor Myers, I didn't catch what you're in favor. So we'll start with those 2 intersections and we'll go from there. 1 intersection, I apologize.
1 intersection.
And we'll go from there.
Under agenda item 8.4, sidewalk snow removal. Motion by Councillors Christian and Bruni, whereas the city of Sault Ste. Marie has 232 kilometers of sidewalks being serviced by snow removal, and whereas the city's budget for sidewalk snow removal is approximately $610,000, and whereas in 2013 the city spent approximately $850,000 on sidewalk snow removal, and whereas local boards of education have combined many elementary and secondary schools in an effort to achieve operational efficiencies, which has resulted in many students being bused to larger area schools, and whereas over the last few years, Council has asked city departments to look for operational efficiencies in an attempt to reduce costs, now therefore be it resolved that Council asks Public Works and Transportation staff to prepare a report for Council outlining possible efficiencies within their sidewalk snow removal operations, and further that Public Works and Transportation review their current policies and those of other municipalities and recommend a set of criteria that can be used in the future to determine which city sidewalks warrant snow removal.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Comments, questions? Councillor Christian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just want to point out that Commissioner Girardi pointed out that we were $1.5 million over on our snow removal budget. Of that, we're tracking right now to be about $350,000 over on sidewalk snow removal. So it's an ongoing problem, and we brought forward this resolution not simply because over the last couple of years we've had cost overruns, but clearly the city is transitioning. We're getting different traffic patterns now in Sault Ste. Marie. The boards of education are changing. I think it's time that city staff have an opportunity to see if they can realize some efficiencies by perhaps reducing some services, maybe increasing in some areas, but it does need to be looked at. And further that, we need to have a policy that the Public Works can use to determine which streets will be considered for their sidewalks considered for snow removal. I know we have a method right now, but there are going to be streets that come online, etc. We need to have a clear policy and criteria as to which streets will qualify. So I think it's timely, and I think there might be an opportunity to realize some real cost savings here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments from any other councillors? Questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
I do have a question for Commissioner Girardi. During the Upton Road discussion, you said that if a number of citizens petition to have their sidewalks plowed, then it goes on the list of sidewalks to be plowed, or does it first come to council, or does the? Okay, that wasn't totally clear.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, anyone wanting to have their sidewalk plowed would go and have the petition done. They'd gather the names that would be brought to engineering. Engineering would verify the names on the list. And then next year, there's a closing date on that. I believe it's October 29th, so that we have time to implement it and put it into our program. The next year, we'd have to go and clean that sidewalk. Now, with Upton Road, as I mentioned, the issue there, if you have two sidewalks, let's say you go with two sidewalks and they're curb face, that means curb, sidewalk right beside each other, and we plow that sidewalk, where do we put the snow? And that's where the issue comes up. And that's why I said the road will narrow, because we have to put the snow on the road. John Street, as a matter of fact, Councillor Nero would know because, Councillor Turco, because they get frequent calls on John Street because it's curb faced and there's nowhere to put snow. So it becomes a nightmare, actually, from a maintenance perspective. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on that matter? No? All in favor? Any opposed? Resolved.
Okay, we can move to bylaws. As council will recall, councillors Shoemaker, Christian, and Nero had pecuniary interests on 4 of the bylaws, so I'll start with those separately. First one, agenda number 11.1.7, a motion by councillors Butland and Krampadich. Resolved that bylaw 2015-16, being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 209 to the official plan for the city of Sault Ste. Marie for Sault College of Applied Arts and Technology, 428 Northern Avenue, be passed in open council this 26th day of January 2015.
All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
Next one, a motion by councillors Butland and Krampadich, resolved that bylaw 2015-17, being a bylaw to amend Sault Ste. Marie zoning bylaw 2005-150 concerning lands located at 400 Northern Avenue East, be passed in open council this 26th day of January 2015.
All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
Motion by councillors Butland and Krampadich, resolved that bylaw 2015-18, being a bylaw to amend Sault Ste. Marie zoning bylaws 2005-150 and 2005-151 concerning lands located at 428 Northern Avenue East, be passed in open council this 26th day of January 2015.
All in favor? Carried.
Motion by councillors Butland and Krampadich, resolved that bylaw 2015-19, being a bylaw to designate the lands located at 400 and 428 Northern Avenue East an area of site plan control, be passed in open council this 26th day of January 2015.
All in favor? Carried.
Motion by councillors Christian and Krampadich, resolved that all bylaws listed under item 11 of the agenda and addendum under date 2015-01-26 be approved, save and except 2014, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Mr. Clerk, I think Mr. Shoemaker has, Councillor Shoemaker is raising a point.
I just had one more on which I was in conflict, and that was, I'm just trying to find it now, immediately following the Sault College ones.
The
11.1.11.
Okay.
You had declared that at the outset of the meeting,
Yes.
so I think yeah.
So if that could just be voted on separately.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up. Motion by councillors Christian and Krampadich, resolved that bylaw 2015-20, being a bylaw to permit the storage and processing of topsoil at 885 Second Line East, legally described as Part PT Section 32 Tarantoris, it's in T224557, Sept PT 16, T83525, Part 1, 1R 12972, City of Sault Ste. Marie, PIN number 31514-0122, in association with the Huron Superior Catholic District School Board Development located across the street as a 2-year temporary use, Savory Construction Limited, be passed in open council this 26th day of January 2015.
All in favor?
No.
Any opposed? Continue, Mr. Clerk.
I'm just waiting for the computer to catch up with me. And a motion by Councillors Christian and Krumpotich, resolve that all bylaws under item 11 of the agenda and addendum under date 2015-01-26 be approved, save and except 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
All in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
And motion by Councillors Butman and Romano, resolve that this council shall now adjourn.
All in favor? Carried.